And
Ooh.
we're live.
Oh.
That's a great beginning.
Yep. Strong beginning. Yeah. Oh wow.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my reading sprints. I'm reading manga, but you don't have to if you're here. It's just that I had so many and I wanted support for reading for 24 hours. Last night I read five. Today I'm hoping to get through all of these.
Damn. You
And
read five?
I read five last night. Yeah. So I'll
Oh.
just get into it now. So I read this book. This book is it's such a funny story. My dad, I went to Italy and I gave my dad my keys to my condo because I was like, in case it catches on fire, like you have the keys, you know? My dad took this as an opportunity because he wants to get rid of all my stuff from my old room so that he can turn it into an office. So I came back from Italy and I had piles of boxes in here of all my old books. So I was like, "Did you sneak into here and bring me stuff?" He said, "Yes," with full confidence. He's like, "Yes, I did sneak into your house and I brought you all your old books." So this was in that pile, and I was like, I don't even remember buying this manga. So I saw it yesterday, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna read it like for fun. I don't even remember what it's about. Stole my heart. Who would have guessed? Thanks, Dad. Thanks.
You need to send me that name.
It's actually really cute. It's almost like She's the Man. So it's like a
Mm-hmm.
brother and sister, and they switch places, and then they like fall in love. But what I really like about it is that
A
it
brother
has
and
like,
sister fall in love?
yeah. So they're brother and sisters, and brother and sister, and and they switch places, and one's a girl, one's a boy after, right? But what I like about it is that it has like disability rep. So the boy who is who is dressing as his sister at school falls in love with a girl who is hard of hearing, and it's really cute because he learns right away like how to do sign language. So I thought that that was really cute. And so in her author's notes, like throughout the book, she was talking about how she always wanted to write a manga that has like rep for that. So I was like, oh my god, this is so cute. Anyways, it was really cute. Then I read Jujutsu Kaisen because everybody's reading this and I wanted to know what was up. 5 stars. Really loved
Okay.
it.
Put it on my list after I saw your the
It's
story.
really fun and the main character is really funny, which I really like. Like there's a humor. It's like about demons and stuff, but like the humor is there. So I was like, okay, this is cute. Chainsaw Man, same thing. Seems to be the manga of the year.
Oh no.
I didn't like it that much. I'll be honest. But I think it's because it has like really like shonen humor, like really like boy like humor. So there's a lot of talks about boobs. And I was just
No.
like, okay. But I think it's like bingeable. Like I could see this as like an anime I would watch probably. Then I read The Way of the House Husband. Super cute.
I saw that. I
Had a
almost
good
bought
time.
that.
Yeah, it's cute.
Okay.
And then The
The one
King.
that
Yeah,
everybody's reading.
everybody's reading this, and with good reason. I absolutely love this. So
I think I read the first chapter of it. It's so cute.
it's so cute, and I love the art. Anyways, it was like
Yeah.
another 5 star. So I'm hoping that the rest of these will be 5 stars because I was having a grand old time yesterday.
Those look
What are
bigger
you?
though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Those look bigger. With the
So
exception of one or two.
so these are like regular volumes,
Mm-hmm.
and then all of these are omnibuses of 3-in-1s.
Okay. Okay. That
So
explains it.
yeah, the goal is to tackle these today and like just sprinkle my smaller ones like in
Mhm.
between if I need.
What do you have there?
So this is My Love Story Volume 4. It's just a
Mhm.
cute like middle grade manga. Like like it's about love. So that's like a contemporary one to like sprinkle in. This is The Promised Neverland. I've heard this is horrific in a good way. So looking forward to
I
cry.
think that's also on my list. I have
Okay,
the
I'll let you
list.
know
I
if
have
it's
a
good.
spreadsheet for
Yeah.
what I'm planning to read next year.
One Piece,
Everyone
volumes one
loves.
to three. Yeah. I read volume one, gave it 5 stars. So I'm like, oh, I'm definitely gonna love this. And what's crazy is that when I was in high school, I was a super like emo girl. And every single one of my friends was like, One Piece is the best. When we went to Comic Con, they would like dress up as these One Piece characters. I'm like, you guys are nerds. And here I am. I read read volume one 10 years later, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe they were right about something.
Yep.
Then Full Metal Alchemist. This
Yay!
is volume 3, but it has volumes 7, 8, 9 in it. So it's volume 3 of the omnibus, but it's 7, 8, 9 in this one.
Okay.
So I'm pretty far into the story. Then I have this behemoth, Attack on Titan. This is omnibus volume 1, but it's 1, 2, and 3. in here. I watched this anime until season 3. So this would just not that it's a reread, but I would be like reconsuming the story again
Yeah.
in this gigantic format. And then this is Neon Genesis Evangelion Volume 3, but it's Volume 7, 8, 9. This is my favorite anime. So again, I would be just reconsuming the story in a new way.
So which are you reading first?
So despite Danny wanting me to read Full Metal Alchemist, One Piece won. And I think it makes the most sense because I read Volume 1. So,
Did you change my vote? Because I voted for One Piece by accident.
oh, wait.
Oh.
'Cause
Now,
I woke up at 3 a.m. and I couldn't sleep, and I saw your
Well-
stories, and I saw the options like One Piece. I'm like, yes, and then Full Metal. I'm like, oh no, I should have read all the options before I voted.
okay,
I
you did
voted
vote.
for One Piece.
Okay, so if that's the case, then One Piece and Attack on Titan are tied.
Shit. Who wants to be the
Yeah,
tiebreaker?
then keep my One Piece vote. Keep my One
Okay,
Piece vote.
okay. So I'll start with One Piece today, and then I'm gonna get through all of them though. That's the goal. So
Now you're making me want to add One Piece to my wish list. Hold on.
what are you guys reading? Elantris.
I'm trying again to read Elantris because I read 90 pages, and I don't know when it was.
Like no,
And
was it like October or September?
something like that. No, it was earlier than that. It was,
Oh, okay.
it was like June or something. And I was not vibing with it. No, I didn't care too much about it. And it's so confusing. Like the words, like the names of everyone, the names, like all the important names are too confusing. So I just stopped. And now I
Mhm.
restarted, and I want to finish because it's the last actual novel that I have left before I can read, like, to catch up with the Cosmere.
Mhm.
For me to read Lost Metal, hopefully this year still. And
Yeah.
then after Elantris, I just have the novella that comes after Elantris and 2 of the very tiny short stories
Yeah.
from the Arcanum Unbounded.
I
So-
love
And White Sand. I'm also reading White Sand on my
How are you feeling about
library.
White Sun?
It's awful, but it's on
I know,
Cosmere,
it's
so I'm doing it.
horrendous.
No
I-
one seems to like White Sand.
I fucking
Really
hate
bad.
it's so bad, and it's like it's so disappointing because I was like the comics are so expensive in Canada. We're all from Canada, so we all know how expensive books can get. But these
Yeah.
are so expensive because they're like out of print. So I was like trying so hard to find copies of it because I was like I want to keep them. Like Spanish Sanderson gave up. Looked at the library. I got them out of the library. I read them and I'm like, thank the Lord that I did not spend like $60 on these fucking things because it is so bad and I feel bad. But anyways, Elantris I feel like is really hard in the beginning because you definitely see Brandon Sanderson, like his talent is there.
I'm not
The skill for making a real well-rounded story was not developed yet. And I think it's an interesting story, but it definitely takes a while to get into before everything starts making sense.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
and-
it does. I remember feeling like, what the hell? Like,
Yeah.
for a while. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
It grew on me, though. Like,
It grew on me too.
it
Yeah.
grew on me. Even, like, characters I did not like grew on me. Was like, shit, am I empathizing with a character I don't like?
Exactly. Yeah.
Awesome. That makes
and-
me more excited.
And I think there's one character specifically that to like keep an eye out on. And if you've read the Cosmere, then you'll pick up on it.
Okay. I have 2 ideas of what to do.
And Simone, I saw you were reading Empire of Storms. Are you tandem reading?
I'm tandem reading. I've got to the checklist now where I'm gonna be reading mostly Empire of Storms today.
Okay.
I think I'm at like chapter 33 and I have to go until 51. Yeah, I'm on 33, so I'm going to chapter 51. And then I'll hop back to Tower of Dawn. I feel like I'm like 60% or 60 something percent into Tower of Dawn, and I'm only like 40 something percent. So I'm assuming by the time I finish
Yeah.
up to chapter 51, I'll be like on the same.
It's your first time reading Empire of Storms and Tower of Dawn, right? Okay.
Yeah. I've been reading this over a month. If I think is it a month?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not a month. Oh wait, we're in November's about to be finished. So yeah, it's
Mhm.
been a couple weeks. To be fair, I did travel for a week,
Yeah.
so I didn't really read. and then I was caught up with work for like the first week of
Of
November.
course.
So realistically, I've been reading it for like a week and a half.
Okay. Yeah.
Realistic, and given I'm like 60% in one, 40% in one, that's a whole book right there. Okay, that's
Yeah.
a whole book. You put it together. But my goal
Especially a
is
Sarah J. Maas book. Like that's like one quarter.
this is like what 689 pages, and then the next one is 660. So I'm
Mhm.
like, in the grand scheme of things, these are not like short books. This is two books in one
I'm
for average
curious how you're
comfort.
gonna feel because it's your first time reading them. But like for me, I'm giving up on rereading Sarah J. I'm like, if the next book comes out, and you know my theory, I'm like, if the next book comes
Yeah.
out and it's like Akatar and Crescent City, I'll read it. But
Hmm.
like, I'm a little bit done with her. I'm like, you know what? That was a time. That was a moment in my life.
I'm
Um.
starting to feel the same way in that this is the first time I'm reading Throne of Glass,
Mhm.
and I guess given all the other books I've read this year, and I've become a much more perceptive reader than I
Yeah.
was in the beginning. Like, don't get me wrong, I still enjoy it, but it's not to the level of when I first start reading like her books last year
I
when I was
I
introduced
completely
to them.
agree. Yeah, like
Like,
the first books I loved.
yeah,
Now I'm rereading Throne of Glass and I'm like,
like I
maybe me
know.
and Sarah J should stay in the past. Maybe our
Like I
relationship.
don't think I feel like I missed out on all that love for it. Like,
Hmm.
and I'm now scared to read the Akatar series
I'm
because
not
I
rereading them.
I wanted to reread it. I made it. I remember like last year, I was like, this is gonna be an annual reread, and now I'm like a little bit kind of scared, and not because I care that much about the story, because I think I'll like the characters still
Hmm.
because they're still the same characters. I just think this I will pick apart the story if I focus
That's
too much on it.
exactly me too. I'm like
So
that. Those are just a memory. I
I
don't
think
want to know if I hate them.
I think I'll read. I feel like I will not reread Throne of Glass, but I may reread Akatar
Hmm.
just for the characters. Because let's be real, Akatar isn't really really plot focused, anyways, to begin with. So I think I'll jump in, and I don't think I have to reread the whole series. I think I'll just reread the ones that I want. Like if I want to
Hmm.
reread Akuma for certain scenes or Aqua for certain scenes, I feel like that's what I will be doing. But like in terms of reread the whole series. No. And I'm one of those people who is not overly obsessed with Crescent City. Like I think it's okay.
Same. I think it's
Um
horrible.
and so like the first book I didn't mind. Like I remember screaming for like the last quarter of that
Yeah.
first book. The second book I was really underwhelmed. Um and so I feel like what she's doing is rewriting like the
Of
same,
course. She was an
characters,
editor.
same kind of, I don't want to say storyline because obviously they're set in like they're different settings, but they're somehow in the same world or whatever.
Hmm.
I'm just like I'm kind of getting over it. I want something like brand new from her. I think she can bring something new. But the question is she going to? Because she knows that she's gonna put out the same thing, and everyone is gonna be like, "I'm buying it because it's Sarah J. Maas."
Yeah.
So, like, I love her, but she needs to be like RF Kwang. I don't like to put woman against woman, but like RF Kwang, I haven't read the Poppy War, but I hear the Poppy War and Babel are two separate different things. And her next book, Yellowface, apparently, is even a whole freaking different genre. And I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah,
okay.
but Miss Rebecca Kwong, she is she is something else. She's
Yeah,
on another level of
I don't
everybody.
think anyone can try to be her.
I don't yeah, I don't think
together.
people can beat her. She is a queen and I don't know how she does it and I don't know how she has time and I don't know the skill that this woman has. I commend her. And she's adorable. I love her. She's like
Yes.
literally a queen.
She is adorable. I've watched a few of her like interviews and I'm like, oh, she's so freaking
She's so
sweet.
cute. Yeah.
Oh,
She's really really cute.
but yeah.
Hello, Regina. Just finishing something up. I'll be with you in a couple of minutes. No worries. This was 14 minutes ago, so we'll be back. Hi, ready for some sprints? Yay. Hi, Ness. I love Way of the House Husband and Spy Family. Way of the House Husband I bought because of you. So you're the reason I bought it. I won't be able to join sprints until later, so hopefully these sprints was I don't know how much I want to go. But definitely for a couple of hours probably. Hello. You're back. Hello. I don't
I
know if
think
this
you
is about
mean
white
white
sand.
sand, yeah.
Yeah.
So for me, for what I read, the from the first volume, first is it called? I don't know. The first like
Hmm.
thing. One of the it's just the story is not very interesting to begin with, but
No.
the worst part for me is that I feel like that for so in the there is this an explanation in the beginning of like how he did it. He had the story ready, and then these people who published graphic novels contacted him and was like, "Oh, do you have a story for us to transform in graphic novel?" And he gave them White Sand, and someone else rewrote for graphic novel format. And I don't know who to blame there. I don't know that it translated well, and I don't know whose fault it is. But I think it's everyone's at the same time.
I just think White Sand doesn't. I just think, sorry, not White Sand, but Brandon Sanderson doesn't transfer well into graphic novel format. That's what I think it is, because I think he is so good at like describing everything and like really putting you in the setting that when you're just looking at like the picture, it's not the same. I personally feel like, because the
Yeah,
two
but
characters that are in White Sand, I like them. I don't know if that. I have to watch myself with spoilers. I don't think it's a spoiler, but the two characters appear in another medium in the Cosmere universe. Okay, I'm not going to spoil where it is, what happens, who's involved, but they appear somewhere. And when I read them, like in the book, I liked them. So that's why when I went into White Sand, I was like, "Ooh, it's them!" And I got all excited, and I hated it.
so one of those characters I still like it on White Sand. The other
Hmm.
one I don't remember when that person appeared. I know that they appeared, but I don't remember. I tried to look it up, but I don't remember. But anyway, I one of them I still like it in comic book format. Not comic book, I guess, graphic novel format. But one thing that I think is really bad for White Sand is that there's a lot of info dump in the weirdest way possible, because
Yes.
you're looking at things like they can literally show us instead of telling us, like literally with images.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
it's
Like.
like, oh, I just encountered this big monster. This big monster is called this. This
Yeah.
monster is this doesn't like they
Literally.
just describe everything about everything. Like everything is too explained all the time, and it's very boring.
Danny, it just get worse from here. I'm just gonna tell you right now. It just get worse. It
I
gets
know
worse.
Regina said the same thing
It's not
yesterday.
even worth reading. White Sand was horrible. I hated the first volume. So I exactly. I read all three because I was like, no, I am making it a goal to read all of Brandon Sanderson's work. I am going to stick through this.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
And
not
I
me.
was
doing
like,
it.
I regret everything.
You guys have scared me now. I think I'll just skip the whole
I
graphic.
genuinely, I think you can.
I do have the Arcanum Unbounded though, so if I find a short story in there, then I'll read
Yeah.
it. But
It's I have it over there. I'm not going to go get it, but like it's
mhm.
basically the first couple of pages of the first volume, I think. And then
Okay.
he turned it into the big thing. So what's in our Arcanum Unbounded is like I think the first couple of chapters of the first volume. Um but yeah, like I said, that's the best part. Like it literally it just gets worse.
Maybe we should go back to putting it as a story and just pretend like the graphic novels don't exist.
I would have rather, yeah, like I would have rather he done like a
Yeah.
novella, like Edge Dancer, like a 100, 200 page thing about like what's going on in White Sand. I would have been down,
Mhm.
Yeah.
but
Maybe.
alas,
Yeah, but it's available through the library. If you
yeah,
have Hoopla, it's available there. So that's how I'm reading it because I'm not
yeah,
paying for
same. I
I'm saving my eyeballs. It's okay. My eyeballs don't need that type of monstrosity.
it.
It's okay.
have you read Volume 2 yet?
No, I'm in the middle of it, but I fell asleep yesterday while reading it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like if you want to read all of Brandon Sanderson's work, go ahead. I definitely think it's something you could skip, and they appear in somewhere else, and I don't really think you need to know about them to understand. Is my opinion. Plus, it's about like White Sand, so I feel like you can guess the magic system. So I don't really feel like.
Yeah, but also I feel like in the future that the magic system and the story is going to be important for other Krasimir stuff. So have to know about it. I don't know. He's
That's
making
why I
it too
read
hard.
it.
Yeah, that's why I'm reading it.
I think we could start sprints. So, what are you guys feeling? Are we feeling 30s or 40s?
How long do you need to read the manga? Because I think you're like, we'll have books. We'll still have pages to read, and you
Yeah.
might finish
That's
first.
true. That's true. I think I'm gonna do. Maybe we could start with a 45, and you guys let me know if it was too long. Um, how, okay, so Okay, so we'll start with 45. Our Kingdom Unbounded also has the short story, not the original. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It has both, I think. But yeah,
which is weird and confusing.
yeah. It's like anything White Sand. I'm like, I can no longer read.
I don't see
I
it.
don't see. I don't perceive. I don't even remember their names. So it's like when I read them again, I'm like, oh yeah, them. It's gonna be like in the dark trenches of my brain. They'll like come back out. Oh,
Just
I think we could start. So I'm gonna start with One Piece. Should I want to ask you guys though? Should I reread Volume One? I already read it. I gave it 5 stars. I know that I like it.
Do you
Do I remember
remember?
the small? I remember like the major things that happened.
mm,
I don't remember how far it gets because the whole beginning I read, I don't know until how long, but it's very like linked everything to the next thing. So I don't.
Hmm.
But at the same time, like he, as in the beginning, he's recruiting people. If you finished one art, like one person, he's moving on to the next person, and then it should be okay.
Yeah.
But if it's the middle of recruiting one person, then at least go back to the beginning of that.
The where Volume One ends is when the girl, like, he tries to save her on a pirate ship, and then she's like, haha,
I
I'm
don't
actually
remember
robbing you.
that.
So that's
Definitely.
I remember that. I remember him recruiting um oh, I forgot his name, the one that has the scar and the green
Pe-
hair.
People are saying they should reread it. You should reread
Oh,
it.
okay, okay, okay.
people have
Okay.
spoken.
Okay, the
Spoken.
people have spoken. I'll reread it.
Yeah.
Fine. Fine. Okay, perfect. So we'll start the sprints now. Happy reading, everyone.
Happy reading.
everyone.
Hello.
Okay, I did it right. Hello, everyone.
Mm.
How did you guys
Hello.
do? Okay, I did it right. Hello, everyone.
Mm.
How did you guys
Hello.
do? Okay, I did it right. Hello, everyone. What is happening?
Yeah, I'm very confused.
Is it me? I don't think so.
I think it stopped.
Yeah.
Is it me?
No.
I think we're good.
Okay.
That was weird.
So how did you guys do?
I ate breakfast. Then I tried to work on my templates for Codathon and
Mm,
then started reading chapter 33 of Empire of Storms. I feel like now she's supposed to start hitting the fan at this point.
you're in Empire Storms, right?
Yeah, I'm like I'm
Yes.
almost midway through at this point.
Okay. Yeah.
So I used to be so anxious when I picked up Empire of Storms, and now I'm just like, okay, let me just see what's gonna happen, and I don't feel like I'm that anxious anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm expecting, you know, shit to go left instead of right, and then
Hmm.
everything to go right. Hopefully in Kingdom of Ash, I don't know. But
I
yeah,
hate Kingdom of Ash.
really,
Yeah, I
I
do.
I really
I
think
do.
I
I don't
love
like
it.
Sarah J. Maas's endings though. Like any ending I have not enjoyed. So
I can see why. I heard there's something very similar about this particular ending, which is similar to another of her series. I won't say what, and I'm like,
all of them actually. King.
yeah, it's all of
Yeah.
them. Okay, well, see, so at that point, I feel like I've been spoiled, but not really fully spoiled for this series. Like, there's some things I haven't
Yeah.
been able to escape, and so I thankfully I don't know the end of the series, but some of the things are spoiled, like love interests and stuff, like
Yeah.
different plot points. I was like, oh shit.
I feel like it's so big and it's been out for so long that it's kind of like bound to happen. It's more like if you just don't perceive it. You're
Like
like, what did I see? Nothing.
I spoiled myself. I accident I was on Instagram for something, and I remember seeing like a fan art, and I was like, "Oh, this is cute." And I read the caption, and I was like, "Well, shit, Simone, why did you even read the caption?" Because at first I didn't know what it was or who the characters were,
Yeah, that's not your fault.
and then I was
I spoil myself on purpose. Like I'm like I know I shouldn't look at this, but I do. Like I was looking up stuff for I'm reading Words of Radiance right now
like,
as well.
mhm.
And I was just like, oh, let me just like read about Shalon, you know? And
I
then I saw
hate when
like
you do that. If
I saw who she was married to. And I was like, ah! But I like do it to myself and I don't really care because I'm like I feel like for me spoiling works the opposite as other people. Like I'm like, oh, I'm excited. I want to see how this happens.
but you should try without spoiling, and then you can compare. Because you spoil yourself for everything,
I
and
literally
you don't
spoil
know
myself.
what it is to read it without being spoiled.
Yeah, you're right. I literally spoil myself for everything. Like I'm just like I can't wait.
You can wait.
Yes, you can. Oh
Leave me
god.
alone. I didn't read, but I'm working on my travel directory in Notion. I just started using Notion again. I'm like, let me be organized for 2023. Like, let me try to combat my ADHD and be organized for once. So I'm using Notion for YouTube planning, and um, I'm going to. I built. I'm starting to build my shelves, guys. Look at me,
Oh, oh
and
yeah.
I'm gonna put all my physical TBR in there, and then like check off when I'm done, and it'll feel like a to-do list. So I'll feel like accomplished when it like crosses out. So that's my new Notion
I created this whole
idea.
thing on Notion to be organized, and then I never opened it again. It looked super cute, but because I have a
Exactly.
spreadsheet, I have a spreadsheet with all my physical books, all my everything that I own,
Hmm.
like and then like there's everything that I own, everything that I'm reading, which sometimes is from the library, so it won't be on the other list.
Hmm.
But I mark everything. Like when I finish a book, I say which year I finished it, well, what rating I gave, and then it just turns green, and I know. So it's kind of like what you said, which is really nice. Then I can just filter out and see my TBR, and then
Exactly. Like
that's great.
that's what I want. Yeah. I want to be
But
like you, and I want to be like organized and like
but
ready to
Notion
go.
makes it super pretty, but it
Yeah.
doesn't do everything that I wanted it to do that I
Mm.
can do on a spreadsheet. And like I don't know, on Google. I don't know, I can use Notion on my phone and on the computer, but I
Hmm.
feel like the spreadsheet for Google is better to edit everything the way that I want it. So I
Uh-huh.
never open Notion again.
Yeah.
But it does make it pretty.
But I'm just hoping that because it makes it pretty, I'm like, ooh, motivation.
Yeah.
And
That's
I'm gonna be the little devil on your shoulder and tell you it's not gonna encourage you. But I'm gonna be realistic here. However, you can combat that by maybe putting like reminders in your phone to go and actively do that.
that's too much work.
Oh geez.
My brain's gonna be like, that's too much work. We're not doing that.
You think your bird's gonna be, oh, it's pretty. Let me go open Notion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way I organize my spread, like it took me a while, but now like every time I get a book or buy a book, I put it on my spreadsheet already.
Yeah,
Because
you have to
then,
build habits. Exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
like when I buy a book, I'm like, okay, this book is going to enter my life. So I just put it on the spreadsheet, and like
Yeah.
I leave the date blank. So when I receive it, if it's a pre-order or something, I just put the date that I hold it. And then every time I finish a book, the first thing I do is I go to my spreadsheet and update it. Even if I don't put all the details, I at least put the name of the book there so it's
It's
updated.
there.
The year that you got it is actually so smart. There are some books I have that are like from 2019, and I'm like, girly pop, it is time to read these, or else,
I have
or
some
else.
from 2014, so
Well,
that hasn't leaves.
the manga I read last night. Who knows when that I bought that? Like, I have no idea.
Yeah, but what I did, because I have a lot of really old books that are still in Brazil that I haven't brought yet. So when I bring it, then it's like that's when I hold it. So it's a new
Okay.
hold date. This is not from 2011. It's
No,
from
I support it.
2022.
I don't want to look at mine because I have like many shelves of books that are still unread. And I
Yeah,
still like,
I'm saying 2019, but there could be definitely be some from 2018. But I'm just like in denial about it. That I'm like just not thinking about it.
I will
Flawless.
say, I don't know if anyone does this, but when I was doing the tandem read, so I have the books done out, but for some reason I get excited to check off a chapter every time I'm done.
Yeah, because it's like a to-do list. You're like, wow, I'm
Like, check,
amazing.
done.
Just working.
Makes me feel like I've accomplished something with my life.
Exactly. That's
Yeah,
why
yeah.
it's like
I
it's
have a page for Brandon Sanderson books on my spreadsheet as well. And like yesterday, I put White Sand Volume 1 in green. It was great.
ugh.
Like, yes, I did it.
Let's not talk about White Sand again. I read Pages of Flawless by Elsie Silver and Baking Cinnamon Rolls on the side. I love cinnamon rolls so much. Elsie Silver sounds familiar, but I don't recognize this book.
Me neither.
But Elsie Silver. Oh, is this romance? Okay, yeah, I kind of like recognize some of the books. Nice. I read 70 pages in my book. What book? Tell us. I set up an entire reading part of Notion with everything in it, what I read, what I own, new releases, a Hall of Fame, quotes, genres. Me. Look at you.
Awesome.
Okay, Joe, you're real. You need to do that for
You're a
me.
queen. Yeah,
You
seriously.
need to share that template.
I mean, I read 30 pages. Nice. I'm so happy with it because everything is in one place and links together and it actually encourages her because it's pretty. Exactly. Thank you.
I'm happy for you. I wish that would be enough for me because I have many pretty things that I will start and then I'll fall off of after. I could have been doing it for 3 months. I had a reading
The
journal.
difference is that you're honest with yourself. I am not. So
Yeah, I
I'm the
have to be
belief.
now. I can't live
I'm
in
an
denial anymore.
optimistic.
I was like legit for 4 or 5 months. I was like actively writing down my reviews in a journal and stuff. I fell off the rest of the
Wow.
year.
Same.
Fell off the rest of the year. I was disciplined for 5 whole months. So I can't even give myself a time and say, oh, if I do it for this long, I was continuously doing it. I need to be realistic about how life goes because sometimes I have to take into account my moods. I don't take into account my moods. If I'm not feeling the greatest, I'm not gonna do shit.
Yeah.
I'm just not. So
Or like the worst is when you're like, yeah, it's only 2 reviews. I'll do it tomorrow. And then you finish another one and you're like, it's only 3. And then at a certain point you're like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm definitely not doing it.
I have learned my lesson, okay?
I have the reading journal. Oh, Danny, what's the name of the reading journal we have?
I was fully
Uh,
booked.
yeah, and she has the reviews at the back. So the whole year, like I think until maybe July. I'm gonna give myself till July. I was on it, writing my
Oh, you lasted a
reviews.
long time.
I lasted a long time. Okay, and then I was like, I read books for a vlog, and there was like maybe 4, and I'm like, well, 4 is not that bad. I'll just do it tomorrow, like when it's a little calm from work. I'll do it quick. And then I could not be bothered, like using my hand to write a review. I'm like, I do it on Goodreads. Like, what the hell am I doing? Like, who is this for? Like, I have it all there, and it's easy to be like instead of like, and then I felt, so
And trying to make it pretty because I did the same because like
I literally gave up on making it pretty.
yeah, I gave up
I
on
had
that as
the
well. But in the beginning, I was
ugliest
trying.
handwriting.
Yeah, I agree. I was like, you would start making it pretty, and then you kind of want to continue that, but it takes so much time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like and then the worst part is like you're doing it and then you fuck up like one letter and you're like,
I start over. I will rip the whole shit out. I'm like, no, I can't stand for this.
no, I give up. Mine's ugly, but it works, and that's all I care about.
I started to print the cover of the pages of the books that I was reading. Like I had my TPR. I'm like, I'm going to read this book, so I'm going to be organized. I'm going to print the pages, print all the covers beforehand. And then I didn't read the books, and then I had the page. I'm like, oh my god, I didn't read that. And then I just like, oh, I read all this other stuff. And then there was one month that I read like a bunch of graphic novels and manga, and I'm like, am I going to reveal each one of them?
Oh my god! Imagine I had to do that today. I'd spend more time writing the reviews than reading. Speaking of, I didn't even tell you guys. I got to page 175 about. So I'm still in the first omnibus, but we met Zolo. I don't know if you guys read One Piece. I love Zolo. But see, like I have a thing with like baddies who are goodies inside, And he has a scar and he like eats the rice balls that the little girl brings him.
Yeah.
So he's my favorite so far. But that seems to be the general consensus. I just love baddies with a heart. Didn't read, got ready to go grocery shopping. And nice. I love grocery shopping sometimes. I recently added, hold on this. I recently added the year I got the book. Oh, yours. Okay. Because I cannot keep having books for years and not read it. Exactly. And sometimes it's like you see it and you're like, oh, I got this like so recently. And then you're like, what the fuck, 2017? But you're still like want to read it. So I keep them on, and there's some that I make the conscious decision to unhaul. Like the other day I unhauled 2, and I'm just putting them in a bag of like my stuff so I could bring to Village des Valeurs. I forget Value Village, and I'm just gonna bring them. I'm
for a second, I was like, is she trying to say Value Village in French?
That's what it is here. That's what it's called here. So Village des Valeurs. So I'm gonna bring it there because we talked about this, Simone, but I wanted to like sell them, and then I'm like, but I have to stick in Montreal to sell them because it's not worth the shipping. So then it's like I would have to, because in Canada, like everything I find is $18 to ship, and I'm like, who the heck is gonna buy my used copy of Strange as a Dreamer that has a broken spine for $18? Nobody. They could buy the book for 12. So I'm like, it's not even worth it, even if I wanted to give it away for free and people just pay for shipping in this freaking country. So then I'm like, okay, screw this. I'm not gonna go around the island of Montreal and start like hand delivering my books to people for $2. It costs more to pay the Opus card, to pay the bus fare. It's $3.75. So if someone buys a book for $2, it's more of an effort for me. So I'm like, screw this. I'm just gonna give it away, and then they could do whatever they want with it, and that's it.
I feel I'm in the same because I'm in Halifax. First of all, we ain't really got the population, and if you got the population, half the population don't read, at least not to like our capacity. So then I'm just saying, like, the only books I actually get sold probably are special editions.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm rarely selling special editions because I'm buying them to sell. I'm buying them to read. And if I really didn't like it, then I'm like, okay, I'll sell it. But the intention at the end of the day is for me to buy and keep them.
Hmm.
And I'm just here like, I have a bunch of books that I really want to get rid of, either because I have multiple copies of, but they're like regular editions. Some of them are not like they still look new, but I know I can't sell it to anyone outside the freaking city because
Even book
you know
community in general.
it's just so expensive.
Uh,
Yeah.
I
I've
hate
sold
it.
books to people in Ontario, um, and the shipping was like $16, and
Yeah.
that was lucky. I don't know why we don't have like what the US have, like major mail, where they're like, oh, it's like $5-6. We don't have that. I'm like, if I'm sending one book, why should it cost that much? Even if you're taking into consideration like the conversion rates and whatever, it's still a lot. It's cheaper for me to buy a book from the US
Yeah.
and pay the shipping than it is for me to send one book within
It
Canada.
doesn't it doesn't make sense. At one point I was so like I'm like, will this fit in a brown envelope? Because it would cost like $10. But then I'm like, fuck this. I'm done.
It's not worth it. It's really
The
I
Fork, the
don't
Witch,
know.
and the Worm.
Maybe we need somebody. Is there anyone out there in Canada who's like great at creating apps and helping us come up with our own
I
distribution
know, yeah,
system
like
so
a
that we can just say
Pango.
screw all these other big businesses that we have to rely on?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Oh, this is by Christopher Paolini. Is it Aragon? Because there's dragons on it.
I
The
think it's a
fourth.
new book that's in the same universe.
Oh. Oh.
Newish. No,
That's cool.
I've never finished Aragorn.
So kind.
Aragon, not Aragorn.
I've
Is
never
it
read
what is it?
it.
Aragon?
Aragon.
Oh, okay. I say
Isn't it?
Aragorn.
Yeah, that's what I said at first.
But me too.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings like infiltrates my brain at any moment. Me with my reading journal and my Insta stories. Yeah, you're consistent with your Insta stories though. I see them. I write rarely anything by hand. It's just so much faster and tidier if I type it. Same. When I was in
Same.
university and the teacher would be like a freaking hipster and they were like, no computers in my class. I'd be like, excuse, drop. Drop immediately. Switch class.
I used to write in class because it used to help me remember. But like ever since I finished uni, I just type everything. It's just so much faster.
You did accounting though, right? In uni?
Yes, I did, but
Yeah.
there was still a lot of case studies and stuff we had to do. There was a lot of writing.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say like I think math problems I would still write,
Yeah.
but like my notes and also like, but you're right though. Like, was I paying attention? Also, no. So I want to start a reading journal next year, but I know I'm not going to update it often. I think if you keep it simple and you do it yourself,
Yeah.
that's what I'm doing. I'm not buying a reading journal next year. I'm just going to do it myself because I really liked the way I did it before I bought the book journal that we have. And I feel like I just make a calendar. I what do I do? I make a calendar. I have my list of the books read. I have my TBR, and like that's it. And then I cross it out if I've read it, and I write a star rating. And like I feel like it's just more like effective that way. Oh, and I have the how many pages a day that I read. And like that's it. And like I just feel like it's more effective, and it's because it's all the things that I personally care about, you know, and that's it. And so
I'm,
because
I'm
I care about it, I feel like it works better.
I'm the opposite because I try to do it on my own and just have my own thing, and I would just not do it because
Okay.
I still wanted to make it somewhat pretty, but then I
Mm,
needed the title page for like, oh, April to whatever a year,
yeah.
and then like trying to make it pretty. I'm like, I just didn't do it. But so the reading journal at least already have everything ready. I just have to put the information in, so that works
Yeah.
for me better.
Yeah, I guess. I'm like, oh, this useless stuff. Like at one point, I wish I had it with me, but at a certain month, I just skipped like the parts that I don't care about. I don't like write down the book haul. Like I just started skipping because I was like, I don't care about this stuff, and this is for me.
Yeah.
I have a reading journal that I got from Alcrete, I think last year. And I honestly think I like their format where it's just like
Oh,
one page and it was really short. So they had like the rating, the title, I guess the author. It was like really, really simple. And I was like, maybe I should stick to journals that are set that way where it's more simple. And they already have the decorations and stuff on this. I don't worry about making it look pretty because it already looks pretty. I think when we go and sprint, I'll go look for it to show you guys what I'm talking
yeah.
about. But yeah, I think going forward, I will still write, like type out my reviews, but I really want to get back in the habit of writing reviews just for me.
Mhm.
I'm not trying to write no epistle story or nothing like that. At the end of the day, I already read the story. I know how I felt, but like let's put down some things that like the most important feelings that I feel like I want to have documented, and then go with that.
Kira, love
Oh
you.
wow!
Have a good
Hi,
day.
Kira.
I
I
remember loving Zolo from the end. I'm so sorry, Dad. Please go on. You
no,
have my full attention.
no, sorry. I was gonna say I got the Outcry reading journal this
Oh,
year, like in the last Outcry box,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not gonna use it if anyone wants it and wants to pay for shipping in Canada.
yeah.
Is it the same?
Unless it's Kelsey, because then we can meet. But
I'm wondering if it's the same. I wonder if it's because I'm certain they probably did it similar to the one last year and just did a
It
different.
probably is the same. I don't see them like really
Okay.
redoing it
I'll
that much.
I'll pick
Next
it up
week I'll,
during
I'll
spring.
go bring the old one I have from last year and see if it's the
Yeah, I want to
same.
see it. Zolo, yeah, like he's literally the best. It's honestly me. Aragon.
Paragon series.
Most people type instead of writing. You can tell. Okay, calling me out when I have to
Mine's
read
not
people's.
bad. Like I print. This is my handwriting at the top.
I print too, yeah, but mine's also like super messy. Like if I didn't have anything but my work stuff on this desk with my notes, I would show you, but I'm not allowed. But my handwriting is so messy now. Like I'm just like, like I
Mine is
don't. It's because I don't
still.
care. I think anymore.
I feel like my mom is probably watching me every time I write. Because as a kid, she used to make me do penmanship
Us too.
so much repeatedly that I can't, even when I'm scribbling shorthand, I can't write bad at all. I have to, it has to be legible because I can hear my mom screaming in the back of my mind. I know you're not over here embarrassing me. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Us too. Like in elementary school, I find like we had to do cursive like all the time, and I
Yes.
hated it because my name I found had the worst letters for cursive, K and H.
I can imagine. I
Like
still
so,
the E. The E is not too bad.
but my signature, even like now, like a full grown adult, like when I was signing that mortgage, it was a print K, my name, a print H, and then the rest of my last name because I never like learned how to do it nicely.
I
Yeah.
wasn't really good at cursive.
Yeah, no, same. I was like, what is this stupidity? Everybody, all the other Italian kids, they have like A's and E's and T's. And I was like, these are all beautiful letters. And here's my K and H.
It's like, no, this is not working for me.
Mine are not
uh,
that easy either. D and G.
yeah,
G is
G,
the
see,
worst.
G, I would do a
Can't
regular.
even do D in cursive again. I don't even remember what it looks like.
It's like it almost looks like the Disney logo. Like I find the D and the G
Yeah.
look very similar in cursive.
Oh gosh, I need to see this. Oh god, hold on. Let me.
Coming from someone who has nice letters in their name,
I'm
I
lucky because mine's are not. I have S, and then I feel like everything else can just go into one. I have IMONE,
yeah,
and that's
but I also
legit.
yeah, it's like it's all
It's
like
nice.
flowy.
It
Like
is
you don't
flowy,
have
you
straight
know.
lines. Like
But my name is French, right?
yeah.
So I'm just saying it makes it simpler.
J2, like I think it's capital letters that are ugly.
I can write a beautiful J, which my name is only.
So much easier.
It's like skip the J.
Not only do I speak two languages, I write in
I
two
write it
different. That's another thing too, like speaking multiple languages and then like when I was in elementary school and we would have to do cursive for English and cursive for French and you would like be so focused on the cursive that you would forget like les accents aigus and les accents graves and I was just like this is too much to ask for me 7-year old.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I think we'll go on another sprint. Are we still feeling 45s?
Feels okay for
Yeah.
me.
Okay, perfect. So I'll put it back on the screen. I'm probably gonna eat something now because it's like 11:30. I can't eat like when I first wake up, which I rised and shined half an hour before we started this. So I definitely couldn't. Maybe the V. Maybe the V. I'll give you the V But Anessa, that's
Anessa would kind of
flowy.
flowy, yeah. Anessa would kind of flow, yeah. This is me like trying to write it out. But yeah, I can see the Anessa part like flowing. The Vito, yeah, no, not so much.
So we'll start now and everybody enjoy. I'm going to continue One Piece. Okay, bye. Hello, welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
How did we do? I am 100 pages from the end of volume 3. So 100 pages from the end of the volume, and I love it. I really like One Piece. I'm very surprised. I really didn't
Why?
expect to, but I love Luffy.
Why are you surprised?
Like I thought this was for nerds. I told you. I bullied my friends.
I mean, it is, but you're a nerd. You just have to accept
No.
It's like mom in denial.
Yeah, like I just went to Comic-Con for no reason, you know?
it.
You've been to Comic Con?
Yeah, I used to go every year, but I'm not a nerd, you know? Like
Uh-huh. No, you're
I
not.
just showed up.
Hmm. I've never been. I want to go next year if I can.
It's fun. The Montreal one's gotten a lot bigger over the years. I used to go to Toronto um before that, and then like I would say when I was about 2021, the Montreal Comic Con got a lot better. But it used to be like Toronto was where it was at. It was like, and I think Toronto's still where it's at because it's at the Rogers Center, so it's like really big,
Oh,
which is fun. The
I
Montreal one
almost
is at Palais des Congrès, so it's like a bit smaller.
I was thinking of going to the one in New York that they had. Was it last
Mm.
month?
Yeah, New York. Well, New York's huge. Yeah, New York and San Diego are like the biggest ones. Toronto's like the biggest in Canada.
I was like, I looked at a plane ticket and I was like, I only found out about it a week before it was gonna happen, and I was like, well, shit. I was like, I would splurge for the ticket, but then I was like, the ticket and a plane ride, and then
Yeah,
also a place to stay. Like,
yeah,
New York is
exactly.
not cheap.
You would have to kind of make it like part of a vacation there, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, it would have to be like part of the event. How did you guys do?
I read 2 chapters of Empire Storms. The shit is about to hit the fan. I've met a particular person, and I'm like, oh,
Who?
Deanna.
Hmm.
I kind of like her. I went even for like 2 seconds, and I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, this is what we're doing. Okay, okay. So yeah, I'm just here like ready to see what she does. Um, I think I'm finally like at the halfway point, right? Like it looks like I'm in the middle of the book, kind of. So I'm getting there. But
yeah.
yeah.
You're really only a quarter of your tandem read though, if you're halfway through Empire
Well, I
Storms.
feel like Tower of Dawn is almost done. There's not like there's a few chapters left.
Hmm.
When I look at the physical book, I'm like, oh, I'm almost done Tower of Dawn. But the next, it's like, oh, all of this is Empire
Yeah, because
Storm.
then they like
Because then,
reconvene.
yeah, they're gonna converge. So I'm like, okay, well, I guess, which is great for me because when I leave the house, doing this tandem read, I've realized how annoying it is to have to carry 2 books with me if I leave the house.
Yeah,
So having to be in Empire Storms for a good bit is nice. 'Cause I have to leave the house. I just take this one freaking book with me.
yeah, that's true. I was thinking about doing it with the audiobook, and then I'm like, this is too much effort of me like listening
Pausing
to it at 3.5 speed and then like having to be like, oh, did she say chapter 21? And then
and then go, shit, no, I need to switch now. Yeah, I think. Mm-mm. Although I did ask myself, why didn't I listen to the audiobook? Because I know some people say that the audiobook makes it go by even like faster.
it's that's why I listen to it at 3.5 speed. It's so fast, and I think it's because she speaks like super slow, the audiobook narrator. So it's like
I
I'm
can't
listening
stand
to
her
just a
voice. I listened to a
mm.
sample and I'm like, oh, I don't think I could listen to her for that long. Like I cannot.
When you listen to it at fast speeds, like the narrator's voice doesn't matter anymore.
True.
But then I'd have to really be paying attention. I feel like if I'm listening to an audiobook that fast, I can't be doing anything else because my brain
Mm,
needs to be paying attention. And I
Okay.
tend to be listening to audiobooks when I'm doing other stuff.
yeah, I get that.
I'm listening to the audiobook of Elantris while reading it at the same time to see if it helps me focus more because it's real easy to get distracted and
Yeah,
Is it helping?
it helps a lot. But it's weird because the audiobook is different than the
Hmm.
text.
They have so many different audiobooks for
sometimes
Elantra.
they do. Yeah,
Yeah, like at least every page, at least there's like a different word that they change. Like in one they said courtyard, but in the other one it says entry plaza. So it's like it's
I
fine,
wonder. I
but
wonder if it's because the audiobook maybe came out like when it was published, and maybe
yeah,
like these are
before the
newer
edition.
versions. Yeah,
Yeah. Or because I have the UK book, but I don't think that
maybe.
they changed it.
Sometimes they do though. They'll
They
like,
do.
especially like older books I've noticed where
Mhm.
they're like, oh no, 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 no. We must appeal to both audiences. Impossible that they would know different words.
Yeah,
So
but
I
there are
feel like,
still sentences that are in the audiobook. They're not in
yeah,
the book.
I'm
It's
sure
very
it was a
short sentences,
rewrite.
but yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'm
When
think
sure
I
it
it's
was.
read,
it's
what?
because in after 10 years they edited a few things in the book,
Yeah.
and then that maybe the audiobook is from before that. But it does help me a lot because I think I read slower with the audiobook because I'm listening at 2 times speed. I can't do faster than that, but I can focus more. So like if I'm reading it, it's faster, but then I keep stopping it and checking my phone and doing other stuff and like, oh, what's this word? And then I go check it. And yet
Hmm.
in the audiobook, like I don't stop because it won't let
Yeah.
me because the guy
Yeah, it
keeps
was like,
talking to me. So I think it helps me focus a lot more. I read about 20 pages in each sprint, so I think it's going okay.
nice. That's how much I would read if I really focused on reading.
Hmm.
My average typically on in a 45 minute sprint is like 15 to 20 pages.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I read very slowly. I also stopped a little bit in this sprint because my video was uploaded at noon, so I want to share it on Instagram and all that.
Oh.
But still, I think it's going because I'm on page 79 now, and I stopped at page 90 last time,
Oh,
so
Oh,
it's
okay. So
going really
you're gonna
quickly.
pass it
Yeah,
next round. That's good.
yeah.
yeah.
Hello,
Bonjour.
Anessa and Oline for life. I'll see y'all after. I'm gonna go be an adult. Ugh,
I know.
I reserved today to not be one.
Same. I'll do
40
that
pages
tomorrow.
of flawless. Yeah, literally same. I don't know who you're talking about. Not me. Did the same thing. No reading, but notion organizing. Cool, cool, cool. Hello, my friend. I don't know. Whenever I feel like stopping. So who knows? Maybe, maybe two, maybe three, maybe four. I don't know.
I think I need to take a cold and flu pill. My throat is feeling sore. My nose is running.
Oh no.
I was
I was waiting for it though because I came from like what 30s
Us
and that
too.
was like what minus what's it today? It's cold. I know it's cold.
Oh, let's do our favorite game. Is it colder in Halifax or Montreal?
Oh no, it's definitely you guys. You had snow. We haven't had snow yet at all, and I'm keeping that energy. Like we're gonna just keep that energy over here.
Yeah, but it
It's
melted now.
windy.
It's not too bad. It's
yeah.
5 degrees today.
I was really hoping
It's
for a snowy birthday, but it's not gonna happen. It's a week and a
It's
half from my
true.
birthday. It's
It's
not gonna happen.
coming. No, I think it will because I think it's gonna be super cold next week.
it is
I
supposed to
hope
be
so.
super cold next week. I think for you
Yeah.
guys, especially. I was looking at it. Don't ask me why I have Montreal in my weather app. I'd be
It's because
watching
you're
your
always thinking
weather.
about me. That's why.
Yeah,
But yeah,
you guys
this
are
week it's
warm
hot though.
today.
Yeah,
You
this week it's hot. It's gonna be like 7 degrees this week too, which is like crazy. I
you
went
have
out
snow on
outside before.
Thursday.
Yeah, we have snow on Thursday, but it's gonna
That's where
melt
it's
right away.
snowing.
It's just gonna fall for sure if it's like 0 or 1.
It says -4 for you guys
Woo!
on Thursday. So
Yeah,
that will likely change between now and then because Thursday's still a good distance from now, but like
yeah.
it's showing snow. So when is your birthday?
December 7th.
December 7th.
So if you bring Thursday is the first.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
If it gets warm, there's a lot of time to melt.
there's
Yeah.
a lot of time to
But
melt.
also there's a lot of time to get more snow if it gets colder.
What
I'm
I
not
I
gonna lie.
hate about this city is that like it's always hot and cold. So it's like it
Yeah.
would snow, it melts, it's wet, then it freezes, and then you're like
Mhm.
fucking slipping and
And it's
sliding
ice.
when you're walking the next day. I'm just like innocently trying to go to work. Like, give me a break.
I think I once spent my first winter I spent in Montreal. I did not leave. I arrived, the snow was to my knees.
Yeah,
I said, I am not, I was there for 2 weeks. I said, I'm not leaving this house. You did not pay me enough money. She got me outside, put me in a snow suit and everything so I could make like a snowman and do snow angels. That was the one time and the only time
it's the
until I
best
had to
time.
go to the airport. Then I get outside. And she's
when
in downtown Montreal too.
when was it? January, February that you
It
came?
was 2015. It was that year when the entire Canada had that really bad snow
Oh yeah,
season,
yeah, yeah,
where
yeah,
people were stuck in
yeah.
basements and we had to have military
Yeah.
help come to all these different provinces. Yeah, that was my first winter, by the way. Way to welcome me to Canada. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, sometimes we get really bad ones. Like there's either ice storms or snowstorms. Um, but snowstorms are better. Like yeah, there's a lot of
Yes,
snow, and
they
then
are
like
better.
it's like the military has to come sometimes in like the more rural areas, but like the snow machines are on all night, and all you hear is because they're trying to like clean the streets so that people can like walk and stuff. But I think snow's better because ice, it's like impossible to do anything when
Yep.
there's an ice storm.
I agree.
I don't think I've been through. I've been here
I
for an
don't think
ice
you have.
storm.
No. Because you came when? In 2019?
2019 in
Yeah, I don't.
February. It was like a week after it was like the week before I arrived. It was like minus 40
Yeah,
degrees.
but that's normal.
Yeah.
Welcome to Canada.
And then
But
a
like,
week
yeah,
after that, I was here.
I
And
don't even think you've been here for a really bad snowstorm.
No, the last 3 years have been
Yeah,
pretty mild, if I'm being honest. I
I
haven't even
appreciate it
there
a
were
lot.
times
yeah.
mild.
Watch there be like a huge snowstorm this
I hear we're
anyways.
gonna have a bad winter this winter
I think
though.
we're gonna have a bad
So
winter too.
given it is cold now as it is, like even before now, it was like 2 weeks ago, I was like, shit, it's already cold. Like it's
Yeah.
seriously cold. And it felt like you guys having snow already. I'm like,
Snow is
January?
snow is normal though in November.
Not for
Um
us.
yeah,
Yeah.
for us it's pretty normal. Yeah, it always snows before the cars have to go in and everybody's like, "Oh my god, I have to change my
Winter
tires."
tires.
My boyfriend's a mechanic, right? So it's like these last 3 weeks, he's like, I swear to God.
I see any more tires. I see any more tires.
Yeah, he had to go to work today too because he's like, they just have so many tires today.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared for February. My birthday is March 5th, and every time February comes around, I'm like,
There's always one. Every time you think February, you're like, wow, it's not that bad this year. Every time there's one that is
there's one.
sneaking around the corner, and you're like, Jesus.
I can recall there always being a storm in February for the last. I've been here 8 years.
Always the last month, the last week,
Always.
always, guaranteed. And it's like you're hoping, you're like, wow, it's Sunday, it's okay, and then Tuesday.
Mm-mm. Like you thought.
Yeah. And I remember like having to go to school and then we would be like, give us a break. Like, and they'd be like, no, 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 school is still happening. And then I would watch the TV and people would be like, in New York, there was a 10-centimeter snowstorm. And I'm like, 40, it's 40 centimeters here. It's up to my freaking stomach. Let me live.
Mm-mm.
And they'd be like,
Mm-mm.
sorry, come get your education, girlies.
I
Finish my
can't.
book. So I'm reading an omnibus, but I'm on the last 100 pages of the last volume, and I love it.
What chapter is that?
Let me see.
Now I'm reading through the Shonen Jump app, so I
Oh,
just
okay,
work
chapter
by chapters.
22.
Okay.
Chapter 22. Yeah. But I think I'm gonna buy the omnibuses, and go from there. I try reading it like digitally, but I'm the same with like books too. Like it's very hard for me to read digitally. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
for books for me it's worse, but like I bought the tablet exclusively for like
Yeah,
I bought the tablet because it was cheaper to buy the tablet to read manga than buy the
of
actual
course, of
manga.
course, of course.
That's what I'm here contemplating. I'm thinking for well, I need to check Libby to see if it's on there. If One Piece is on Libby, then I'll read it on my
It's
iPad.
not.
Shonen
And
Jump.
then it's not?
No,
No,
but you could do Shonen Jump. It's like what, two
it's 321 per month,
per month, yeah.
and there's a lot of
And
manga
they have
there.
everything pretty
Yeah.
much. Yeah.
My library's full of shit. Okay, thank you for this. Thank you for
Yeah.
letting me know.
Maybe your library has some volumes, but
No, probably not.
they
But
definitely don't have all of them. So it's easier to go through Shonen Jump if you're going to read them digitally anyways, because it's
okay.
cheap. And like I have Shonen Jump, and every month I forget that I have it, and then I'll get like the little thing like thank you, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot I forgot about you. I don't know why, but my brain like just doesn't. I'm like, no, I must read it in volumes. I don't know why.
I
It's
have
also for
Kindle Unlimited,
Sometimes there's manga on Kindle Unlimited.
but I'm doing the free trial for now until it expires, and then
Same.
Amazon will listen to
I
me. Blah,
had
blah,
that
blah.
too.
I'm just gonna wait it out for the trial. I think it ends in 2 more months. I think I have 2 more months to go. But if I'm being honest, I really do prefer to read physically. But
Yeah.
given how much One Piece has, you know,
I think it has 110 volumes.
I just
Yeah.
saw that 100 and something. And I'm just here like, shit. Even if I got an omnibus, which is
104
about
right now.
three,
Yeah.
that's a lot. I
Yeah.
don't think
Yeah.
I haven't got space on my shelves. Right now, I have like 2 tables worth of books on either side of me because there's no shelf space and I can't get any shelves thanks to IKEA being out of stock as usual. Those Billy
Yeah.
bookcases. At this rate, I think as soon as they come in stock, I'm just gonna buy 3. I don't need 3, but the price be increasing and they always be out of stock. I'll
Yeah.
just keep them in storage in the boxes. I won't even build them all. I'll just build as I need, you know?
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I think after this manga, like, read through of all these volumes, I think I'm just going to buy another, like, batch. And I think I'm going to keep going like that. And every which ones that I like, I'll buy, like, the next one.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to buy the second omnibus of this for sure, though, because I think it's going to be 5 stars. I really like it. Pizza. I'm starving. I'm really hungry, Joe. I know I said to you guys I was going to eat before, but I lied.
You didn't eat?
I,
No.
I had breakfast, but like in the next sprints, I'm gonna have lunch, and my lunch is also pizza because it's leftover pizza from yesterday.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try to do something somehow. I'm subscribed to Viz, so I have access to Shonen and some shoujo too. Yeah, exactly.
There's also Crunchyroll. It's a separate subscription for TV, like for anime and
Yeah, I had Crunchyroll for anime.
for manga. It's separate. I don't know what they have for manga, but I know there is an app as well. But I know Shonen Jump has
Yeah,
everything I could possibly need for a few years.
you've got about 1,040.
But my question is, given it's been going on for this long, this has to be good. I cannot sit here and imagine
No,
that.
Simone, I'm telling you, people are obsessed with it. And since I've been in high school, right? So there's 1,000 chapters. So it's like since I've been in high school, people have loved this, right? And like I said, my friends would dress up as it, and I always like,
Such a
it
nerd.
can't be this
Did
good.
you
It
did you
can't be
see
this
that?
good.
Did you see that Lush that partnership was One Piece? Yes.
Lush
And
the soaps.
yeah. Well,
No way.
they had a Straw Hat bubble bar and like the Gundam
No.
ball and all the other stuff for bath bombs. I just didn't buy it because the Straw Hat is the cutest one and it wasn't available.
No. If this
I
exists right now and I can buy it,
It's there still.
You're
no, this
lying.
is so
You're
cute.
so
It's all out of
lying.
stock though.
Okay.
But like it's there, yeah.
Oh,
And
they
the
did
straw
have a
hat is
limited
cute.
edition collab.
Yeah, it's cute.
It's
Even
super
the
cute.
gum fruits are cute.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, see, this was
Wow.
before I was because I was against. I was against. I'm like, this is just not for me. Like, I already know. And like it's so silly of me because like I grew up loving Dragon Ball Z and like a lot of shonen anime like Naruto and stuff like that. I have a freaking Digimon tattoo. Like honestly, I don't know who I thought I was. I was like, not for me. The most popular manga in the world. I won't like it. I don't know who I thought.
By principle, you're like, okay, everyone loves it. I'm gonna by principle, I have to hate it.
Yeah, I was a little hipster before it was cool. And
But
now because hipsters are cool, I'm like,
mm-mm.
have to be like everybody now. I want to start reading One Piece next year. Everyone has been talking about it in the last few years, and I really liked the anime as a kid. See, like I went into this like not I'm also like I'm not gonna watch the anime until I've read a couple of volumes. But I always saw it everywhere, so that's why I
Same. I didn't
decided.
watch it, but I saw it everywhere, and I'm like, oh, this is not gonna be for me. That's what I kept telling myself all these years. It's not gonna be
Same,
for me.
literally
And now
same.
I'm like,
Yeah.
you're
And
enjoying
every
it.
person who starts it is like, this is the greatest thing ever, and you're like, okay, something is going on
Mm-mm.
here. But
Mm-mm.
even I find the manga like story writer and artist, he's really funny too. So
Mhm.
it's like sometimes he'll interject like with his like intros to every volume, and he's really funny. And I'm like, perhaps someone
Yeah.
who is funny can write good things.
At the end of each chapter, also there's like letters that people write to him asking
Yeah,
questions, and then he answers. It's super funny.
yeah, and it's really really cute. And I was gonna say that even I'm noticing a theme. Jujutsu Kaisen. This manga artist and storyboard writer, he's also funny. Like his intro that he wrote, he was like, the other day I saw a video of myself laughing, and I was a little taken aback at how demonic I looked. So I hope you enjoy the type of person, this type of person's first graphic novel. and he wrote a book about demons because he was like, "Oh my god, I look like a demon when I laugh." And I was like, "That's so relatable."
That's awesome. Yeah,
So I think like that's the type of humor like I like, and so I think that that's why I'm enjoying this too. And I find Full Metal Alchemist is like that too, where they're like randomly funny, and you're like, "What is happening?"
yeah. I love Fullmetal is my favorite. Like, I don't know why I even started it. It was one of my favorite, one of my husband's favorite anime. I think maybe he read it a long time ago. I don't know, but it was one of his favorite anime, and it was the one that I chose to start. Probably because it had the cute like hardcover editions.
Yeah.
And I think it's really good because a lot of the names are more like occidentalized.
Hmm.
Like the guy's
Yeah.
called
I,
Edward, and it's
yeah.
so like
It,
for me as
I
a
think it
as
takes place like in more of an
yeah.
Englandy.
Yeah. So it was much easier for me to get into it, and I loved it so much. Now, like I not really good with anime, I can't really focus on much, but manga now I'm like I need to read all the things because
Yeah,
it's so
I'm the same.
good.
Like I used to watch anime so much, and the other day I was like, you know what? Like I'm feeling like a little depresso espresso. I'm gonna put on Neo Genesis Evangelion because it's like that's my depresso espresso anime. Suddenly I thought I can understand Japanese and I can continue working. And then I was like, no wait, I have to turn this off. So I put on the dubbed version, and I was just like, I hate this so much. But like
The dub
as
version
a
is
kid,
really
I'm like, you don't notice it, right? Like when you're a kid, you're like, this is great. The acting impeccable. And then you're like, no, it's not. If you read OP digitally, you're missing the very funny intros and letters to fans. Yeah. But I think you see them, Danny?
yeah.
Okay.
You see
So
them?
then
Yeah,
you see them
at the end
anyway.
of for at least for One Piece, at the end of every chapter, the letters are there, and like the uh, progression of how the characters there like there's a something
At the end.
there.
Yeah. So it's kind
Yeah,
of like it's doing the end of the volumes
yeah.
too.
In the beginning, one of the first ones, there's like how to draw your own pirate flag.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, okay, that's in there too.
Now
It's the
you
end of the
guys have me adding it to my freaking cart
do
at
it.
Indigo because it's
Do it.
fine in stock, the nearest location for me.
Do it.
It wasn't meant to be in there.
Do it.
I've already bought so many shit. Between yesterday and today, no, between the last 2 days, I have bought things I did not need.
Yeah.
Look what I bought yesterday, the day before.
Oh, Catan.
That's awesome.
Have I played this? No.
No, it's in plastic. Yeah.
You have to buy it to learn how to do it though. So that's why I
And
say
then guess what I bought yesterday? Avatar Team Monopoly.
Avatar?
Yes. Yes,
Like the
Avatar.
like the Steven Spielberg movie? Or Avatar like
It's
the anime?
not Steven Spielberg.
Who is it?
James Cameron.
Oh,
Isn't it?
but they're the same to me.
Yeah, fine. I'll
Like
give you that.
it's like if you would have be like, yeah, Steven Spielberg directed Titanic.
The
Oh
anime.
yeah, Avatar. Okay, yeah. Not the
The
James
pieces
Cameron.
alone, they got me. They freaking got me.
Yeah, but I was like that too. Like I
Look
find
at
Monopoly
him.
works really
So
hard.
cute.
Yeah.
So freaking cute.
The Pokemon Monopoly is still like my favorite. When I got it when I was younger, I was like, wow.
All I'm saying is, my friends who don't like to play, they're gonna have to play with me because.
I think you need to force them.
Wait, how much did I pay for this? This is on sale again. This is Cyber Monday deal. How much did I pay? I have to cancel this order so I can get it at Cyber Monday deal price.
Is it from Indigo? You can just ask them on the chat.
This one is on
Yeah.
Amazon. I couldn't find it on Indigo. I did check because I
Okay.
wanted to get points, but I couldn't find.
Yeah, cancel it and rebuy it.
This is me looking for the order to see if I can cancel it. It said arrive on Wednesday.
Oh, that means it's shipped already. So I would just write to them and
It's
be like,
not
they're really
shipped
better.
yet. It's not shipped
Oh.
yet. It's not shipped yet.
Okay, so cancel it and rebuy it.
Oh, I got it at the Cyber Monday. I got it at the same deal. Okay, there's no
good.
need to cancel. I paid that price. I was like, wait a minute, because I bought it yesterday. So I'm like, how Cyber Monday deals already up? Isn't it supposed to happen on Monday?
It's been a Black Friday deal for the entire month, so I
Yeah.
don't know how these deals work. I'm just grateful as a Canadian that we still get the US deals. Like,
And we still have
we
Boxing
get the
Day.
bootleg version of
yeah,
the
we get
US.
the bootleg version, but at least we're getting sales. Like it's
But we get Boxing Day.
yeah, we get Boxing Day. That's true. I can't wait for Boxing
I
Day.
don't know. I feel like I've been disappointed with all the sales that they've like I've experienced here for the last couple of years. I'm like, this is Black Friday, and this
Yeah,
year I feel like even the US, shit hits the fan when even the US Black Friday deals aren't really that much of a deal this year. It used to be
yeah,
like 50% off, 60% off. Most of the deals I'm seeing is like 20%,
yeah.
buy three for two. Like they're not as great as they used to be.
Yeah.
We're
Before
in a
we didn't even
recession.
have Black Friday deals, so you really had to wait for Boxing Day. But I found Boxing Day there was actually good deals. Like I would go to the mall and spend the entire day there and just like use up all my gift cards.
Oh my god, the first
Smart.
year that I was here in Canada, I didn't know that Boxing Day was like a big thing. I just saw that there was a sale for which game? I
Yeah,
think it was Kingdom Hearts. So I went to the to the mall to buy the game. It's like, oh, it's on sale. And it was an old game already, so I didn't have to like rush to buy it or anything. And I went to the mall and there was a huge line. I was in line
hmm
for over 2 hours to go to get to what's now GameStop. I forgot the what
yeah.
it's
It
called
was
for.
oh
EB
EB
my
Games.
god,
games,
EB
EB Games.
Games.
EB
That's
games,
I'm like,
yeah.
what's happening? And then I found out that I should not leave the house on December
no, because there was
26th.
there was probably a deal
Yeah,
on like a console or something, and
yeah,
you were
there
like
was a
just
deal
waiting in line for
online.
Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, the deal was online as well. But I was like, oh, I'm gonna go out. I'm not doing
Yeah.
anything.
In
It's
your
snow. It's
defense, you didn't
pretty.
know.
I
Yeah,
didn't know. I learned the hard
I
way.
would
But I
never.
got my game.
Yeah,
I've never done it. I don't think I've ever been to the mall on the 26th.
Don't do it.
I
I
used to it in high school. Like it would be like an event, like we would all go, but it was because it was fun.
mm,
But then I've
I'm too old for that
worked.
now.
Yeah, I've worked on Boxing Day and I've worked on Christmas Eve, and those people are soldiers.
Hmm,
They are soldiers, and whenever I got scheduled for Boxing Day, I was like,
kill me now.
oh, and you used to like start at 1, so that was like the appeal. They would be like, yeah, but the store only opens at 1, and they would schedule you like at 12, so you had to clean up the Christmas rush because they're like, oh, it's 5 p.m. We have to send everybody home so they can spend time with their families. But then you would show up Boxing Day and you would have to clean up. And then you have a lineup of people around the store, and you would open the door and they would run in, and you're like, guys, it's just Barbies. Like,
That is just Barbies. Well, you know what? At least people aren't dying. I know. I think I used to hear a couple years ago in the U.S. people used to like die.
if someone did that at Toys R Us, I would be like, guys, these are toys.
No, it's not just toys. It's their child's dreams in their hands right now. If
you
they don't get that Barbie that they wanted, they're.
you sound like every dramatic mother on Christmas Eve.
That's
You're gonna
I'm just
ruin
mimicking what they
Christmas.
would say.
You're gonna ruin
When I
Christmas.
was a kid, I just had to get whatever my parents were gonna
Me
give
too.
me and be
I
happy.
didn't. Same.
You know?
My
Yeah,
dad's
I
like, you did well in your report card. One little toy, and it had to be like under $10.
you
I
know,
like this one.
I never wrote Santa a list. Like what was that? Santa told me what I was getting that year, and I just have to be happy for whatever he gave me. Okay.
I would write a list, but I'm sure my dad opened that right up, and he's like,
No, there was no list with my mom on
Sort by price.
that. But now that I have friends who have kids, I'm just here like, oh, this looks pretty. And I don't even think about like how I had to work to get these things. I just want to give them to her.
yeah, you're the auntie now. You're like, here
I'm the
you
auntie now. I'm
go.
just like,
And that's why my aunt, I was always like, let's go, Dia, bring
that's
it. You're
I can see
childless, bring them.
I can see why our parents don't spoil us when you have friends and family to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah.
Halfway through the manga, but I'm looking forward to catching up. Avatar: The Last Airbender will always be my favorite cartoon. I believe it's not an anime. I say
Yeah,
that
yeah,
because
I've had anime, but I
yeah,
don't think
it's
it is.
not. But it when I
But
was
I
younger, I
thought,
used to call it an anime because I thought it was because everything that I watched on YTV at the time was anime. It was like in the early 2000s, it was all anime. So it was like
yeah.
Cardcaptor, Neon Genesis, Dragon Ball Z. So and it was also there. So I would be like, oh, another anime. But you're right, it's a cartoon. I went to Indigo for a $20 book and came back
Oh,
home with gifts and a $145 bill. Same.
that was
Yeah.
me. I swear Indigo has gotten so much money from me for the year. I know, like, you go to your order history. I
Mhm.
was still
I
scrolling and
don't.
I was in
Yeah.
I was in 2022 and I'm like, the worst part is I don't even pay for my books. I never pay for them full price. I always buy my books on sale from Indigo.
Mhm.
If I have to pay full price, I'm not buying it. So then I'm just like, how many freaking deals did I get that I was buying so much books this year from them?
Do you have Plum Plus?
I have Plum Plus.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, like, for me, it's always a deal.
I have Plum Plus. So I have like I know for my birthday they gave me 20%, but at the same time they were having a sales. It was like my birthday on top of that. I did the longest pre-order in life that only now the last book is coming out next month, which I think is A Fire Endless. And what should have been a really high bill, the books, it probably should have costed like $350. I don't think I even paid more than 150 something. It was
Ugh,
50% off, and it's only
I
five
love a
percent
deal.
tax from me here.
Oh
That's
yeah.
why.
Don't talk to me about
Five
your
Yeah.
percent
taxes.
for books, only for books. Everything else is 15%.
Okay,
But
Don't
books
talk
are
to me about your
5%.
that's
taxes. I
unfair.
get so jealous.
I do that as well because there's the birthday like promotion that they do, and then in January, I like in the beginning of January, if I uh reapply for the Plum Plus thing, I get like something else, like more
Yeah.
points or
Mhm.
something like that. So I just combine both things.
That's what I
And
do.
yeah, and then
That's what
December
I
is a
do.
really good month. And then I do all the pre-orders for the whole year. Exactly.
And usually new releases, they always do like a bit of a discount, like either right away,
Mhm.
or like maybe a couple of weeks later.
And they
Always, always,
give you the
always.
points too, depending if it's like anticipated. Which I
Yeah.
will, if I pre-ordered a book and they didn't have it, when they do decide to put it up, if they do put it up, I'm like, okay, cancel. But then I have to weigh the
Yeah.
cons. I'm like, is it gonna be? If it's only $1 difference, I'm like, okay, I'll just cancel it so I can get the points.
Yeah.
Maybe it's actually like a material difference. I'm like, you know what? The points ain't that serious.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. Same.
not that serious.
This is a question that will be debated for ages to come. Many fans argue it's not an anime because it isn't Japanese in origin. That's what I would have thought. Others argue that it's enough of anime tropes to be considered an honorary epic shonen, and it's technically Korean, produced by Americans. Oh, this is very interesting. I didn't know that. I thought it was just like fully American show. I was working at Bureau en Gros before, and Boxing Day was it's insane. Bureau en Gros is Staples for
Oh,
the English folk.
okay.
I just simply call it great. Yeah. You know, I have something to admit here. I have never watched Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Me neither.
Never watched it. I watched it as a kid, but I never used to watch it because it used to show on cable. So I never used to watch it in
Yeah.
order. And then I think a year ago, or maybe it was early this year, could have been. I rewatched it on, I think it was Netflix from beginning to end, and I was like, oh my gosh, I
See,
wasn't
I know.
obsessed
Yeah, I
with it,
know it's gonna be good,
but I was
but I'm
like, you know what, this is good. And so I kind of want to get the books, but I don't want to get the books, like all of the books, because there's several. And I'm just like, would rereading it be the same as me watching it? Like, would I still feel that same kind of magic? I don't know.
I still want to watch it.
sorry. I do want to. Okay, I do. I listen. The
Watch
intent
it.
is there. The intent is there.
Watch it. Watch it. Watch it.
Because we got to the end of the comments, we'll go into another sprint. I'll eat now.
You sure
And
about that?
yeah. I'll eat. And I'll probably end up finishing One Piece. So, should I
Full
start?
Metal.
Okay, fine.
Or you can go by the order of what people
No, no,
voted.
no. No. I'll do Full Metal. I'll do Full Metal because I
You've
do really.
been waiting. She's like,
Yeah.
I've been waiting.
You've been waiting. I'll do it. Okay, so I'll put the timer up now. Is that me?
No, is that me?
No,
Oh,
that was me. That was me. Sorry.
is
Oh,
that your
Someone's
oven?
making food. It's the air fryer.
that's lunch.
Oh, he's
Okay,
reheating the pizza.
perfect
Ah,
timing. Perfect timing then. All
Yeah.
right, I will see y'all in a bit.
right.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
So I finished One Piece.
Yay.
I gave it 5 stars. I don't want to talk about it. I don't know who I am. Doesn't make sense. And I did start Full Metal Alchemist. So I'm on. This would be chapter. Let me see if it says what the actual chapter is. I am on volume 7, chapter 26.
Okay.
Volume 7, chapter 20. Okay.
Yeah, but One Piece was great and amazing. And I spent most of the sprint, like, then updating the vlog that I'm doing.
Okay.
You guys?
I had lunch. Then I came back, and then my cat was here for a while. I thought she was going to join
Which
us,
one?
Maple,
Maple, my queen.
but she didn't want to be
She didn't
in
want to be
this
on
part of
camera.
the
It's
sprint.
okay.
Yeah, she was on camera for a bit. I don't know if someone caught that, but she didn't want to be on this part of the sprint, so she left. And I
Okay.
got to, and I passed page 90, so I'm on page
Yay!
97 now.
Yay.
And how are you feeling?
Progress.
Better
I'm,
or
I'm feeling much better. I'm
okay?
enjoying. I'm very curious to see how it's going. I think it's just like the better mood to read, but I was not in the mood to read this book before, I guess, and now it's actually good.
Yeah, it could just be that too.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I dislike a book, but it's just because I was mad, not because like
I can relate. When I realize my mood is affecting the book, I stop reading the book and it's like, okay, yeah, I can't do that to the book. I have to be fair.
yeah, exactly. Like you have to be nice to it. Like
Yeah.
when I was in Italy, I just wasn't reading, and I started My Brilliant Friend by Elena Ferrante because I had this whole idea. I'm like reading a book that takes place in Italy, and that was going to be my vlog. And then I just never read. Like I would be on the beach tanning, I would read like one sentence. I'm like, that's enough for today. And
Mhm.
then I'm like, maybe I should just not continue because I'm just gonna speed through it for no reason. Simone, how did you do?
I spent at least 15 minutes with my friend because I've been binge watching Christmas movies, and so she was watching a Christmas show. She didn't realize it was a show. So she was ranting to me, first of all, of me having her watching Christmas movies, and then about the drama of the show. And then I read some of this, and I'm like, damn, this was like a movie in my mind reading the scene that this happened. This is the scene that happens in Skulls Bay
Hmm.
with the ships and
Hmm.
the wyverns or whatever. So yeah, I was like, oh, okay. And
Oh,
then,
we both had a little bit of pirates
yes, girl.
in our little reading.
Is his name Rolf? Rolf? How is it pronounced? I have no clue. Rolf?
I say Rolf. I don't know.
Rolf?
Yeah, but I literally just make up words in my head. Um, yeah,
I'm like, Rolf? I'm like, okay, Rolf.
yeah,
Because I haven't seen him since, is it Assassin's Blade,
yeah.
maybe? Yeah,
They
I think it was
a lot of
Assassin's
what
Blade.
happened in Assassin's Blade comes back in Empire Storms.
Yeah.
That's the only
And
reason
Tower of
you
Dawn
should
as
read it.
well too, because like
Yeah,
it picks up with certain characters. So I'm not mad that I read Assassin's Blade first.
you don't have to though. Like,
I know, but I'm actually kind of glad that I did with the whole because now it gives me like the whole context of what happened with the
hmm,
pirates. What's it called? The Pirates Bay, the Pirates
yeah,
Assassin, or whatever it was called. That story,
yeah,
that short story. I'm like, okay, I can understand the animosity
yeah.
better, why he don't want her there. So yeah.
I didn't read Assassin's Blade, the first time I read Throne of Glass. So like
Mhm.
when I was reading Empire Storms, like, the fuck is this random person? And like, and then I read Assassin's Blade, and I was like, oh,
Oh yeah, this
it's
makes
her.
sense. That's who he is. That's
Yeah,
what she did.
yeah,
I haven't
exactly.
Mhm.
read the series at all or any of Sarah J. Maas,
Hmm.
but you two are making this series sound more confusing than the Cosmere. It's like what you
You
have
know
to read
what?
the books in
You know what? I have a
you
theory.
have different orders that you can read a book. And
I
like,
have a theory that she's just as crazy as Brandon Sanderson. I think
I would be inclined to agree.
I think she's actually gonna do some crazy stuff in the next hold on, my phone is like, your iPhone initiated emergency SOS, which I did not. So anyways, I have a theory that the next Crescent City book is actually gonna be an Akatar book, and I'm not gonna explain why because it's like a little spoilery, but I'm convinced it's all related. And Simone, you're gonna see at the end of Kingdom of Ash too.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like the mass verse. I think
Yeah, I feel like she's
she's
creating
either
a universe.
yeah, I hate her writing, but I love her genius. There's something up there. She writes too much, but there's something going on. And
I think
that's the only reason I would read the next book. But it has to be what I want.
fair enough.
Yeah, and I think that that's why she's taking long to announce it.
I think for people who don't like all of her series, and you don't have to love her all her series, but I feel like if you didn't like one series, it's like that could affect you wanting to even read future books for her
Yeah,
if she's writing in this universal thing, like what Sanderson has with the Cosmere. I feel
yeah,
that's what she's doing, and I'm like, what happens if like if a person didn't like say Throne of Glass, but they like Akatar or they like Crescent City, they like two of the three.
yeah,
It makes it hard to want to continue because then I'm like,
yeah. Because you really have to know everything, or else nothing makes sense. Especially Crescent
yeah.
City, because I feel like Crescent City started as its own thing, but like
I
they're all related.
I'm not sure if I at first I wasn't sure if I was happy that she went the direction she went with the second book in Crescent City because I'm like, now you're forcing people. You're now I feel like she's now forcing readers to have to read her other series because it's like if you got to the end of it, you would have been so confused. Like if you didn't read her like Secret City was the
Yeah,
first book you read for her, you'd
yeah.
be like, why is everyone like screaming, losing their shit right now for this random thing? Like what's going on?
Yeah. And I think it's also like it's unfair. Like sometimes I think about like being like a random person because it's like not all of us know who Sarah J. Maas is and not
Yeah.
all of us like know everything about her. So it's like imagine you just like walk into the store one day and you're like, oh, the second book of that book I read last year. Like let me catch it. And then you're like but I guess maybe like if you don't know it's not as impactful, so you're kind of like, oh, what's gonna happen next? I think that's the only thing that would
Yeah, you'd be like, well,
happen.
what's
Like
gonna happen
yeah,
next?
you'd be like, oh, well, what's going on?
But you don't
Yeah.
understand the impact of
Yeah,
what you just read.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I
that's the
always think
same
about that.
with Mistborn as well. Because like Mistborn, the first era is such a great place for people to start reading
Start. Yeah.
Brenda Sanderson, start reading fantasy, like just start reading more.
Yeah.
And then if the person likes it, then go to the second era. Like they can't read like they're going to be completely lost in Lost
Yeah.
Metal. I haven't read it yet, but like from what I've heard, everyone's saying that like it works on its own, but like it's not as fun on its own.
Yeah, exactly. It's just not as fun. But I think like if you
Yeah.
don't know, like I don't really think you're like missing because you don't know.
You don't know, yeah.
So you're
That's
like
true.
you're just like vibing, you know?
But then when you do find out, you're like, well, shit,
Yeah.
this would have been.
Yeah, I would have been pissed. I would have been like, I have to go back and read everything. Because I read Mistborn and then I read it like on its own. I was like, cool, love Brandy Sandy, new favorite author, buy everything. Because that's how I think. I'm like, oh, favorite author,
Buy everything.
buying everything. And I had all of those books and then I heard about the Cosmere. So I was like, oh, I have everything. I'm just gonna like spend the entire of 2021 reading everything. And then I did, and now I have Oathbringer and Rhythm of War to
Can you see
read.
my Brandon Sanderson shelf behind me?
Which one is it?
The one at the bottom there.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I see
Yeah.
what you're talking about.
So I have Stormlight, then Mistborn. I actually have them in the Mistborn in paperback too. And then I have the Arcanum and Bounded Elantris.
Yeah,
And then I
you
have
could definitely go. You could do it.
I'm doing it. I think I'm gonna save him for this was my plan originally. I was gonna read Well of Ascension this month and then finish off with the
Mistborn.
Hero of Ages. But because there's not much time left in December, and I know realistically I'm not gonna read as much, I just brought my TBR down to like 5 books for next month. I'm going to kick off 2023, Well of Ascension, Hero of
Yeah,
Ages. Then I'm gonna go look at the Cosmere reading list, reading order to see what I should read next. Because I've already read what's the standalone that I read?
Warbreaker.
Warbreaker. I read Warbreaker, I've already read Elantris. So I just need to figure out where I need to go after I finish the first hero.
Okay. Mm, there is a character in Warbreaker.
I know. I've heard.
Okay, that is very important to remember as you move forward. But they also have different names all the time.
Yeah. Well, there's technically two characters from Warbreaker if
Yeah.
you think about it.
Yeah.
So like I would say I think Warbreaker is the only one that I would really suggest reading before Stormlight or before at least
Stormlight,
Words of
yeah.
Radiance.
At least Words of Radiance. Yeah.
But since you've read that, I think you're good. But read
I would
It's
reread it
more
because
in
it's only
secret history.
one book, so I wouldn't mind rereading it as I get
And it's
closer.
good.
Yeah.
Like I really liked
Yeah.
Warbreaker.
Nightblade. What's his name? Nightblade?
Who?
The sword in Warbreaker.
Mm-hmm.
Love him. Or it. I don't even know what orientation it leans towards. It gives me male sentience a bit, so
Yeah,
I'm
for me
gonna assume
too.
that's what it is.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
took it
know if
as a
it's called a he, but for
Is
me
it
too. For me, it feels like a he as
It
well.
feels like
For
a
some
yeah.
he. Like
reason.
the energy I got was
Yeah.
it was given a he. So I think at certain points, I want to believe there was pronouns used. I can't remember. I'd have to
I think
reread
so
it.
too. But when you read Stormlight and especially Words of Radiance, it's
Mm-hmm.
it's all gonna click.
Okay. Nightblood. Yes, that's the name.
Nightblood, yeah.
Nightblood.
It's all gonna click
I
up
think
there.
I think I heard he's gonna write a second book for Warbreaker. So like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that. And
And for
Elantris
Atlantis.
too. Yeah.
like
And I'm gonna be first in line. Actually, no, I won't because I'll have to order them from Book Depository. It's only Stormlight Archive that I have in the Canadian versions, the
oh
American
Yeah.
versions.
Well, yes, but I would suggest you just buy it here to
You're
read it,
absolutely right. I
and
forgot
then you
that we
buy the
had this.
actual. Yeah.
I forgot
Because
that we've made this mistake.
yeah, because we both bought Lost Metal from Book Depository, what like pre-ordered,
Yeah,
and
I
it's
pre-ordered
smaller
it.
than the others.
Yeah. So I'm like I spent
no.
I like it whatever. It ends up being cheaper than the hardcover anyways from
Mm-hmm.
Canada, but it's like I wanted them to match, but now
Match.
they don't. So now I'm going to like ugh. And
Now
it
we
and it
have to
does
get rid
bother
of it
me.
anyway.
Yeah, like it does bother me a little bit
Someone stole my copy,
of the
Lost
Lost Metal.
Metal. So it was delivered last Friday. I came back Monday morning, like early Monday morning. So I knew
Uh
it was delivered. Typically, when it's pure later, they leave it in front of my door. They don't leave it in the mailroom or anything. For
mhm.
some reason, they left that and Heart of a Sun Warrior in the mailroom. The person who runs my building, she's like, she saw the packages there. When I went down, I was like, I don't see no package in front of my door. I went downstairs to the mailroom looking. I'm double checking to make sure it says delivered. Because I'm like, no, was delivered. All my other packages were, I got them. There was like 6 other books that I had from Inglewood that came in. But those, the two I wanted the most were the ones that were stolen.
Yeah, I don't
Mhm.
as soon as something is delivered and I'm working from home, I run downstairs and I get it because I had a Sephora order stolen one and I was like, absolutely not. This is never happening again. And when I went to Italy, I was supposed to get Babel and Atlas Paradox. No, Carrie Soto was back, sorry. And it was gonna be delivered the first week I was in Italy. So I would have had an entire like week and a half where still wouldn't have gotten it. So I was like, no, I canceled and I just ordered when I came back because I was like, I don't know who the hell is stealing things. Who's stealing books?
Yeah.
Thieves. So I'm like, no, I like
I
Sephora,
just
fine,
hope
I
they're
kind of
reading
get it.
it.
But
But
who
like,
the hell is stealing book? I'm so mad. I'm like,
yeah,
the audacity of someone to say this, and then make it worse. Indigo has in the box Indigo, so they
yeah,
know
it's
it's
a
a
book.
book.
Yeah.
The audacity to say, "I'm going to steal your book," and of all the books to steal, because the Lost Middle, Brandon Sanderson books are not cheap. Okay, they are not freaking cheap. I was ready to throw arms. I was ready to throw arms because I'm like, I
Hopefully
paid
Indigo
money
will
for that
return it.
book.
Will they send you another one?
I called them and Indigo. I guess because I buy so much from them, they were like, they didn't even care. They were like,
I love
we'll
it.
just
They're
send
like,
you another one.
"You're a
Yeah.
loyal
You're
customer."
a
And I'm
loyal
like, "That's right.
customer.
That's right."
Let me tell you, one of my orders, one of my cards, the bank was like, we think it's been compromised, so they, they stopped it
Yeah.
immediately. And I bet you I did a pre-order for my birthday, so I had used that card. So every time a book was shipped, they can't change the card until it's shipped, right? So at some point, I probably had like 20 books in that order. They were like, maybe you should, after me having to call the 10th time, they were like, maybe you should just wait till all of them are delivered and then call us. I'm like, but that means I'll owe you for the books. And like, she looked at my account, she's like, oh, it's fine, we trust you. So I called them like on, I think, Wednesday, and I was like, so I've gotten all the books in my order now. Do you want my card? And they just put through all the charges for the remainder
Oh,
books through. No, that hit me like it really did. But
Yeah.
I was mentally prepared for it to happen because she was
Yeah.
like, it makes no sense. You keep calling every time one book gets delivered. It's like, it's annoying. But
Yeah.
yeah.
But it's
I
like I would rather pay when they ship. Like that's the
I'd rather pay
reason.
when they ship,
That's
feels less, makes
less
me
at
look
once.
better.
Yeah, I contacted them recently for one of the sales that they had. Like we would get a bunch of points for
Hmm.
buying things, and I didn't get the points in my order when I finished the order. I'm like, I need a lot. Like it was I don't know, like maybe 10,000 points that were missing.
Oof.
And I contacted them like, oh, they explained everything. And they're like, okay, there you go. It's in your
They're
account.
so nice.
Like,
They're
Like
so
okay,
nice.
I thought I would
like,
have to prove it to you.
they're really nice. That happened to me too. Where actually I renewed my Plum Plus, I think in September, and they told me I would have got what for me to get the points. I would have had to make the order when I was doing the renewal. I didn't know that. The instructions did not say that. And so I called him. I was like, "Well, I thought I was supposed to get like $20 worth or whatever the equivalent is
Mhm.
points." And she was like, "Oh, you were supposed to add it to the order, but no worries. I'll just email it to you separately." And I was like,
Yeah.
well, thank you. Because
Yeah.
because if it was any other store, they probably would have been like, well, you should have followed the instructions, although the instructions didn't say it. And then she told me actually she was blunt. She was like, actually, you're not the first person this has happened to. I think they need to update the instructions and
Yeah.
how
Or
to
it's
get it.
confusing. Yeah.
Because I was like, there was no place that said I needed to add in the books into the same order as me paying for the renewal. It just said to get the renewal, and then I'm used to them like you doing that, and they send you an email and say, "Hey, now here's your points," or click this or whatever. So she was like, "Yeah, don't worry about it. Here you go." But it was the one thing where she was like, "Don't worry, we'll just sell out the books." I'm like, "But I haven't paid for them." She's like, "Don't worry, when they all ship because you've already ordered them, we will just do one charge. Just call when the last book comes, and we'll just do the one charge for the remainder." And I'm just there like, "Oh, y'all out here playing? Okay, be nice. I'll take it."
They're like Canadian to Canadian. We
Mhm.
know we know you'll be
They're
nice
really
to
nice.
us.
We know you'll pay us, and I did pay them. I'm
Yeah,
not over here
exactly.
robbing in the go.
10 a.m. 30 minutes after I woke up in the morning. Hello, Chris. Can't say because I'm going to family dinner. But I wish y'all have the best time. Thank you.
I've been
35
seeing
pages.
TikToks. Did anyone see TikToks of people at Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
And they're like, they would say that the person would get up and it would say something like, kind
Oh,
of
like the what you say. They
like,
would like throw the table.
no, it's like when they get up and they're like, when they say, okay, for one, when are you getting married? And the girls just
Oh
get
yeah, and they get
like,
up. Yeah.
yeah, I've been seeing that like between yesterday and today, and I'm like dying.
35 pages of flawless.
That's flawless.
Congrats. That's a lot. You're
Yes.
reading Elantris. Yes, she is. It took me a while to get into it. Exactly. I feel like we all have the same idea of Elantris. That it
Yeah.
takes a while to get in, but then it's good. I think he just needed to get his footing. Spend
I
that
think we
sprint.
could have extended the ending a little bit more. I felt like the ending was rushed.
Yeah.
So I
It
will
was
just
his debut though, like
yeah. So I just want to limit her expectations a little bit because I know for some people they were just like, well, the ending was rushed, and I was like, well,
yeah.
it was his first
I,
book.
my expectations are not too high for this book, especially because I already gave up on it once.
Yeah.
So just like I need to read it to catch up on the Cosmere, and then
Yeah.
we'll move on.
I gave it a 3.5. Like I think what he was doing
Oh,
was
that's low.
interesting. I, it's not
I
For
gave
that
it
Brandon
low.
lower.
Sanderson.
It's low for Brandon Sanderson, yes,
Yeah.
but it's like high. Like I think this book, if it was written by someone else, it would have been higher. But because it was Brandon Sanderson, I was a bit like, this is not your best, Brandon. So it was a bit low. But I think it makes sense because it was his debut. And then somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but he hadn't written much. Then he took on Wheel of Time, finished up Wheel of Time, and then he's that's when I think he had already written Mistborn maybe, but after that he did Wheel of Time, and then he skyrocketed it into his great success as a man that we know today.
Yeah, but it's
Uh,
still Elantris was his 11th book, I think, that he wrote.
yeah,
It
but it
was
was the
his
Like
first
first,
unpublished.
that
Yeah, it
that
was
was
first
unpublished.
book,
published.
but like first published book, but like
Yeah.
yeah,
White Sand was written before that.
yeah.
Well, it shows. Debating starting Lord of the Rings or restart Death Note. Okay, this is difficult because these are two of my favorite things. It depends. A reread is easy, and it's a manga, and I'm reading manga, so we can support each other.
Do you need to do you still have a lot of books left for your goal for the year? Then I'd say Death Note.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's a
Oh
good
yeah,
reason
that
too.
is true.
But I love Lord of the Rings. But Lord of the Rings is also really, really dense. If you've never read it before, I will say that it is quite a dense start to the series, and Tolkien does like to meander when he writes. Sarah J. Maas,
Yeah.
who? J.R.R. Tolkien was first. Jeez. If you want to read a book about singing, get ready. Mistborn is great to start, Sanderson, but with the Lost Metal, at least you need to read so much more to actually be able to fully enjoy what's happening. Yep.
So when do you read the Lost Metal? After you've read Era 2 and a bit of
After you read
Starlight?
everything. After you
Uh,
read everything else.
yeah. So it's like right now I'm gonna finish Words of Radiance probably tomorrow,
Mm-hmm.
and then I have Oathbringer, Edge Dancer, Rhythm of War, and what's the one after Rhythm of War? The novella
Unshard.
Dawn Shard, and then I could read the Lost Metal, or can I read the Lost Metal
Have
after
you
Edge Dancer?
have you read this Miss Born Secret History?
Yeah.
Emperor Soul.
Yeah.
Then I think you're good.
Okay.
I
Because
think.
I think I'm gonna read Edge Dancer, read the Lost Metal, and go into Oathbringer. That's my plan.
Okay.
Wait, repeat that?
I have Edge Dancer to read, so it's the final
Yes,
thing in the
okay.
Arcanum Unbounded I have to read. So I have
Okay.
Edge Dancer. I met the character that Edge Dancer follows in Words of Radiance,
Yeah.
so I'm good there. I would have Oathbringer, Dawnshard, and Rhythm of War to read, but I think I could read that before. Oh, sorry, okay,
Oh damn.
fine. So
After
I'll
you read
so
everything.
so I have to read Edge Dancer, Oathbringer, Rhythm of War, Dawnshard, and then read the Lost Metal. Okay,
Yeah.
this helps me though
But
with
not in that
my
order,
planning.
because Dawn Shard is before Rhythm of War.
Oh, okay. At first, I was like, "What else is there?" I feel like I'm really caught up on this.
And all the Arcanum Unbounded.
Yeah, the Arcanum Unbounded, I've read everything but Edge Dancer, pretty much.
Okay.
So it's like even all the stupid stuff like Allomancer Jack, like I read that. Obviously,
That was rough. That was rough.
Allomancer Jack was so fucking rough. I was like, "What is this garbage?"
Now you're
It's
making me
funny, but
It's funny.
I like it, but not. It's a story that starts in the middle, and it doesn't
Yeah,
have an
you're like,
ending.
"What is this?"
So it's so confusing.
But a lot of it makes sense. It's
Yeah.
like when you read like what they are, where it's like he was just like promoting like stuff and like whatever. You're like,
Yeah.
okay, I guess, but like, why am I reading this? But maybe who knows? Allomancer Jack might appear somewhere somehow in the future. Okay, so that gives me. So I was hoping to read the Lost Metal in if I would have done my planning right. I was hoping to read it in February, but I think then in February I should read Oathbringer because I want to read Edge Dancer in January. So Edge Dancer January, Oathbringer February, Dawn Shard March, April would be Rhythm of War, and then I can read the Lost Metal
Yes.
in June. Okay,
My mercy, half a year from now.
that's okay. I did a whole year of
I
Brandon Sanderson, and I still have a bunch of his stuff to read.
Yeah, I want to get through. I need to read Elantris, Hope of Elantris, and then the two like Six of Dusk and Silence Forest Hell something
That one's
reorganized.
that one's really good. It has
Okay.
nothing to do with anything that you've ever read. I'm telling you right now, but
I
the
know, yeah.
story's really good.
But I have to read those, and then I can read Lost Metal. Hopefully in December still, because then in January 1st I can start the first secret project.
Okay.
I completely forgot I paid for those. That means that they're coming.
Oh shit! I paid for those
You
too.
paid for them too. Yeah, it's true.
So January 1st we get the ebook
You're
and
so
audiobook.
oh my god, no, I can't continue with the Cosmere yet because I want to be caught up with the new releases,
We
like
should
when
do a
everybody's
reading
talking about
party
them.
on
Yeah,
January
I'm done.
1st for the first secret project.
Okay, so I'm not reading Edge Dancer in January then. Okay, no, we have to talk about this. Okay, sorry to everybody who wants to read. Just 2 seconds. Okay, so
I forgot about the secret projects though. I actually I know I paid for it,
yeah,
but I forgot they were coming next year.
I'm most excited for the second one because it's not Cosmere, but because it really sounds. I don't know if you guys are
I know
avoiding
nothing
stuff.
about anything.
I
Okay.
don't
Yeah,
know any of them.
I'm
Either.
not avoiding them. I'm just
I'm not
lazy.
avoiding them either. I just don't remember. I probably read it when I saw it when he first launched the project, and
Yeah.
I remember reading it then. Ask me what it is about now. I don't know.
Bye, rope crew. Need to get going. My sister's visiting. Okay. Bye. To be honest, I'm halfway through Rhythm of War, and I don't really know if that and also Oathbringer Dawnshard or so is really important. But you need to know a bit of everything. You know what? I trust you. I'll listen to you. I'm already 3 years behind, so it's like it's actually my fault that I'm not caught up. So it's
I'm
fine.
dead. 3 years behind.
So January 1st is Secret Project #1. So that has to go on my January TBR.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, Secret fucking Brandy. And I have to read the entire Wheel of Time because he writes the last 5. So that's why I'm reading. The only reason I'm reading the Wheel of Time is because I'm like devoted to reading everything that Brandon
Oh my
Sanderson.
god.
That's the only reason I picked it up.
That would be my last Brandon Sanderson probably. After
Um,
I'm planning to read Alcatraz really soon because I'm very excited for the series.
Alcatraz.
Have you read it?
no, not yet. We could buddy read it though.
We should do a read along for Alcatraz.
I've never
Okay,
seen
let's
that.
do
Is
it.
that middle grade?
It's his middle grade
Yes.
series. Yeah.
I heard it's cute.
I've heard that it has the same like meta type of humor that a series of unfortunate events has,
Oh,
and I love it.
yay.
So
Okay,
I'm
let's
very
do
excited.
that. Let's do a read along for it. Okay, so Secret Project number. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm like flabbergasted right now. So Secret Project #1 is January.
Mhm.
February, I read Edge Dancer.
Mm-hmm.
You
It's
can
a
put
it's a,
Edge Dancer the same month. It's short.
It's just
Is it?
small, right? It's not
Yeah.
short. I think it's like is it 150 pages?
It's more, but it's
I know it's
almost
more.
not. It's almost not a novella anymore. And Don Chart is not a novella. It's a novel, but but it's still short. It's like a short novel.
It's 272 pages.
Also,
Do
you can
that.
skip.
Totally do
don't-
that.
You shouldn't, but you can skip the first chapter because the first chapter is the same thing that's on the interlude on Words of Radiance.
Oh, like the one I just read, pretty much
Yeah.
of her. Okay, okay,
So like you can read through the first chapter fast.
okay. Fine, I'll put Edge Dancer.
I feel like you could definitely do the two.
Yeah.
Although I'm
Okay.
not sure how long is the first.
Yeah,
is the
I have
first
no
Secret
idea.
Project?
I have no idea.
I have Goodreads open. I could just check. Secret Project, and I love that if he names
Is it
them
done?
actually Secret Project #1, I'm gonna laugh so hard. I'm gonna think that's so funny. There's no information yet. People really don't know anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm assuming it's at least 500 pages.
I'm assuming it's like 600, 700. Like he's like surprise, and then he's like,
No.
It could be
and it's
400.
the
He's never
only
done
way I
that.
could the only way I could believe it's 400 is if he's mixing like middle grade, young adult, and I think
They're-
they're all adult, and
They're
I
all
feel like
adult.
I feel
They're
like it's
all
over
adult?
5. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're all adult. 1, 3, and 4 are in the Cosmere. And
So can I even read #1?
yes. Well, as far as I know, I don't know. But from
Yeah, you're like all confident. Yeah, of course.
but what I remember is that at either 3 or 4, I think it's 4, is about a character from Stormlight Archive. So then you have to be there. But that's the end of the year.
Brandon.
At the same around the same time where Defiant comes out.
Oh my
Mm-mm.
god. It's just
Well,
gonna be a year of Brandy Sandy
They
again.
did
I
call
remember
it a year of Sanderson.
Yeah.
I spent all of 2021. I was like 2022. I'm taking a break from Brandy. I don't need to worry about it.
You
And then
were
in the middle
wrong.
of 2022, he's like 4 new books. Everybody.
You're
Well,
wrong. You're so wrong. He's like,
Uh,
I got you.
I agree. I'm currently reading it now, but you know what? I say that, but then like when you're in it, Brandon Sanderson has such a like good way with words that you don't
Yeah.
even feel it anymore. I find like how long it is. Oh, that makes me so happy.
Okay, that's good then. Okay,
Thank God.
That's a relief. Because a girl like me who's already behind anyways.
Also,
Yeah,
the
you've
first
got some
one-
catching up.
The first one, it's supposed to be for. I don't know if people want to be completely spoil free, but like it's for people who also like Princess Bride, which is one of my favorite movies and books. So
Princess Bride.
I
I think I saw it on
love
Disney
The
Plus.
Princess Bride.
I love it.
The
Also.
movie's great, but the book is so good. It's
Yes.
so funny. If that's the same humor, I'm gonna be so happy. Oh my god.
That's what I'm
I
expecting.
love-
I hope it's not just like story wise; it's also humor wise because it's so good.
Oh my god, I'm so excited.
Is this by William Goldman?
Yeah.
It's so good. And and I would watch the movie too because the movie is really good too. That's how I felt last year. That's why it took me so long to do Words of Radiance this year because I was like, I need a break. And I didn't even like when you were doing your Skyward read along, I gave up because I read Skyward and I was like, that's enough for me. It was like the last Brandon Sanderson I read because I think it was like November that Skyward was read, if I'm not mistaken. And I
Was
was like,
it? Yeah.
that's enough.
I
I'm
think it's October, and
okay.
November, and December, something like
And I'm
that.
like, I'm done. I'm done. I can't.
I
Don't
So
read
I have
11 Brenda Sanderson this year, and I
yeah,
still want to read quite a bit
because you're
more.
catching up. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And also, I read The Rhythmatist in
Yeah, I also read The
January.
Rhythmist too. Yeah, that's true. We read that together.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's true. We read The Rhythmist in January. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start with Brandon again. And then I finished that. I was like, you know what? I'm fed up of him right now. Same.
I thought
Even
you would
the one before this, I don't even know what it was called. Skyward
Starside.
Starsight. That's it. And I do have to read the novellas too.
Oh
Okay.
shit! I do have the novellas. That's gonna be like I have 4 books here for Skyward. I don't know why.
Yeah,
Skyward
that makes
Flight.
sense.
That's the
There's three
novellas, right?
novellas. Yeah. So
Okay.
one or two you have to read before Cytonic.
2.
Two. Yeah.
And then one is before Defiant. With that one, I haven't read yet.
Yeah. Mistborn. Uh I would say Mistborn if you want him at his best and easiest. I think Mistborn's the easiest to get into. It's the most engaging if you've never engaged with Brandon Sanderson before. And I personally think it's his best work. I love Stormlight Archive, but maybe it might be a nostalgia thing for me. I just really like Mistborn because I think it's because I started off with it. I think Stormlight has so much of the outside world that to really enjoy it, I feel like you should read everything. Elantris was his first published, so you can really tell. But if you want to get it out of the way, but then you have to promise me that you're going to continue. Or Warbreaker is a right
Yeah.
now a
I love
standalone, and
Warbreaker.
it's so good. Yeah,
I read it
Yeah.
as my second for him, and I don't regret it because I wasn't ready to jump into series yet
yep,
for him. I wanted to do like some standalones. It's been a year with standalones for me, so
yeah.
I think if you're as Kelsey said, if you're looking like for his best, I would say start with like the Mistborn era
Mistborn or
one
Warbreaker. Yeah.
or Warbreaker if you're
Mhm.
in the mood for like a standalone. You're not ready to just jump into this. If you're like me and you have commitment issues about series, maybe not start with Mistborn.
I started with Warbreaker also.
Yeah, Warbreaker, I think it's a good standalone and it gives you a taste of his writing. Um, so
I'm gonna say Mistborn. I went into Mistborn willy nilly, thought it was only Brandon Sanderson's only work. Had a great time. Didn't have to think. I was just vibing. And I think Mistborn is an easy entryway also into his series as well.
Mhm.
And I think it has the best characters in my opinion. Although Shalon's really growing on me, but I think Mistborn has the best characters in my opinion.
I have
Uh,
favorite characters in, them, in all of them.
you don't have a favorite character in any of them?
No, I have favorite characters
Oh,
in all of them.
I thought you said in none of them. I was like,
Many.
okay.
Every time we get a new perspective in Stormlight, I'm like, oh, this is my favorite character. Like, oh no, this
Yeah.
is my favorite character.
I make a controversial opinion? I really don't like Kaladin.
I like Calvin as a character, but he's not one of my favorite, like personally. I
Yeah.
think he's a good character.
I'm
I remember
assuming it's Stormlight.
yeah,
Mhm.
Stormlight. I was like, Dalinar's better. I don't know what
I
it is
love
about.
Adeline. I love Adeline.
Oh yes, yes, yes,
I
yes, yes,
love
yes,
him
yes, yes.
so much.
I love him, little bad boy.
And but my favorite is
Emperor's Soul
Yasna.
is good. Is who?
Yasna from
Yasna, yeah.
Stormlight. She's like a researcher, and I can see myself so like I cannot because she's the best person and so smart. But like I wish I would I wanted to be her.
This is amazing, and this is the only way I'm gonna refer to him from now on.
I'm dead. DD.
DD.
Dalinar.
Do you guys want to go for another sprint?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be my last one. Then
Okay.
next time we
Same.
get together, I'll leave.
Yeah, it's gonna be both of your. Okay, so maybe I'll do it as our last sprint, and then I'll just continue on my own because we had a great time together.
Oh yeah.
How do you put a banner?
Uh,
I got it. I got banners. Oh wait, I made one.
Nice.
Yay for me and Haunani. We're
Aw.
so prepared. Thank you. Okay, perfect. So and then I'll put this. So this will be our last sprint, everyone. Good luck. Happy reading.
Bye.
Bonne chance.
Bonne chance. Welcome back, everyone. So
Hello.
that was the last sprint. I actually just sent both of you in on Discord the Notion spread that Jolene was talking about.
Oh,
So you
nice.
guys both have that. How did you do? I am going to be entering the last volume of Full Metal Alchemist
Ooh.
of this omnibus.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I love Full Metal Alchemist. Like I feel like it has the same humor as like One Piece and like just that like little jokesters. I don't know. I don't know how to
Yeah.
describe it, but it's cute. I just got to the part where they met um a faraway prince.
Okay, okay. That's
So
good.
you know
All
what it
the characters in Fullmetal are also all my favorite characters.
Yeah, they're so funny.
Yeah.
I really, really like it. So we'll see. Oh, and an interesting revelation happened in the last volume.
Okay, I'm not gonna remember what it is.
I did forget to start the sprint. Uh, so that was my bad.
Of course you did. I've done it, but of course you did.
It's the second time I do this. It's really embarrassing. Uh, no, at least you read this. No worries. Stop it, queen.
Is
Yeah,
that Nani?
yeah.
Hi,
It's okay. You can rewatch it.
love. Oh gosh, it's nice to see Hanani again.
What all did you read during the sprint? The entire sprint session, I read basically almost 6 volumes of manga, but like 2 omnibuses.
I
Um,
read about 100 pages. Not
ooh,
quite
oh,
there yet. A little bit less than 100 pages in
I thought you
total.
were saying in this round. I was like,
No,
that was crazy. Where did that come
no.
from?
But there are like three points of view in this book, and like I don't like one of them. Makes me very sleepy.
I know. I think I know
I
which
think I
point
know
of
who you're
view.
talking about.
It's gonna get interesting at some point, though. I will
Yeah,
say.
I bet. But in the beginning, it's just like I don't care about this person.
Yeah.
I felt the exact same way.
It would be really funny if we were all talking about the three different people.
Oh god, you would be wrong. I read
There,
63 pages. Wow.
of are you still on Empire Storms, right?
Yeah, I'm on
Still?
chapter 40 now. No, 39. And then I think 40 will be part 2. So I have
Okay.
one more chapter and then I'm on part 2.
Okay. 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 Okay.
I wish her books had like a table of contents. Like when books have different parts, I like knowing like the table of contents. So I can know when I'm going to a different part. When it doesn't have parts, I don't care.
Yeah.
When it has parts, I'm like, oh, this has a part? Like really?
Yeah. At least you can know like what chapter. Like you're like, oh, I'm on 40. I'm about to be on part 2 or whatever.
Yeah, like give me a hint that is this is broken into parts. Like 'cause
Yeah.
I will see these pages. Like I probably saw part 1 and just skipped it over. I was like, there's no words
Yeah.
on here. I need to read and just skipped it over.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
So
I'm
yeah,
like, ooh, perfect. A blank page.
exactly. I'm like, oh yeah, I don't need to read this. And then I just yeah. Like I don't know. I think what's his name? Uncle Rich. Because in his books there's table of contents. So
Ricky
when I was
Riordan.
reading Percy Jackson and then I started Heroes of Olympus, I was like, oh, we got chapter titles and we got like table of contents. Nice.
Hanani's talking mad shit in the chat, and I was just about to promote our read along. Speaking of Rick Riordan, so
You're not her coming for you. She's coming for your throat, Kelsey.
if you want to see her be nice to me, we're reading The House of Hades next month, which I am so excited for. But anyways,
Is that book 4?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Laying in bed, migraine. Ugh, I hate migraines.
Oy, oy.
I completely get it.
And it's the going out in the world, into the world for me.
Yeah, probably might go out later, but I'm not 100% sure. Because obviously, as told you guys, it's tire season, so my boyfriend comes home and he's just exhausted from lifting tires all day.
Oh,
So
nice.
we'll see what happens. If not, maybe I'll just continue my little readathon until I finish. I d- I'm like, as we're approaching 5, I'm like, but I think I'm just gonna continue and see if I can finish whatever I can finish today
Just make it a
before I get
48
tired.
hours.
Yeah,
I'm about to sprint in 2.5 hours because I haven't
that's
seen it on my
true.
channel in so long. But I think I'm gonna take like a quick nap
Yeah,
between these,
absolutely.
and then I don't know how long I'm sprinting. Hopefully, it's not. How long are we going now? 5 hours? Wow. I don't know if I'll be going 5 hours.
You know, you don't see the time when you're having fun with friends.
Well,
So
that's true because I didn't realize you've been here for 5 hours.
me neither. To be honest, it was only when I
Yeah.
looked at the time now.
I'm like, oh, it's 5 hours already. And then it's been dark all day. I have all my lights on because it's fall/winter, so
We're all in the same boat.
we're all just here with the darkness.
Well, that's it. Thank you everyone for joining me. Thank you everyone who came to the sprints in the comments. Hope you read quite a bit today, except for Honani who came in the last 30 seconds. Uh, see you
The comment,
all.
so that counts.
She did. She did. So thank you all, and maybe I'll sprint. Probably the only time will be House of Hades. Okay, bye.
Bye.